let's see. Let's get started. Okay, there we go. Now we got it. Excellent. One moment, one more second, and I'll be right up. Two, one. I'm just going to go straight into the chat room because I want to see you guys. Hi, everybody. Welcome to the show. It's Hal Sparks Megaworldwide, the greatest live stream that has ever happened to the interwebs. I got to tell you, as many people are here to watch the show with me on the regular, as large and voluminous and capacious as that crowd is, you can only imagine all the people, because technically the internet is full. And there's a bunch of people outside waiting to get. You should see the line around the internet block trying to get in here. Not happening. Sorry. You stuck. You stuck, son. You done. There's nothing you can do about it. But you guys made it, and that's all that matters. And you guys, I know it's kind of a futile gesture, but share the show out. Hit that like. If you're on Facebook, we were talking about this morning / this afternoon with Dino Badala. If you're on Facebook, do me a favor. Hit that angry emoji right now on there. The little, in the optional emojis it gives you and the 5 main ones. Give me an angry one right now if you could, because that will bump us up in the feed like crazy. Let me know you're here from all of these sites. There's Facebook. I see Twitter. I see, let's see. I don't see Twitter yet. I see, there you go, Twitch and YouTube. And I see David, and I see Carl, and I see Angela. And I see Charlie, and I see Deborah, and I see, what else, Magic Mirror? And where else? Oh, yes. And I'm not on Instagram right now. I'm recording vertical because something's wonky over there. This software's being dickish. I talked about it with Rob Glenn earlier. We'll fix it. Anyways, welcome. Glad you could be here. Look, Trump is not handling the loss well. Not only does he look like shit and sound like shit, he's going to shit, and he is just generally shit. I'll show you what I mean. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the world of pain that is the existence of Donald John Trump right now. He gave, while Kamala Harris is giving an enormous rally in North Carolina, where she has officially put it back in play, as Fox announced earlier today, much to the chagrin of Bremer over there. He was not happy to deliver that news. In the meanwhile, Trump decided, counter that shit. I'll see your giant fun rally with huge crowds who are happy to be there, none of whom had to be paid off of Craigslist to show up and sit behind me to make it look like I have black supporters. I'll see your giant Harris rally with a pity party on my own property in Los Angeles on a hazy day overlooking the ocean, and and charging the press for parking in an attempt to get the Los Angeles Country Club into the black again. And also, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, this is a public course that he owns, and he's been trying to turn it private for the entire time he's owned it, and failed miserably. And he's like, it's always busy. Yeah, it's always busy because it's public, you dumb motherfucker. That's one of the things you hate about everything, is that the public can go, Mr. Man of the People. Anyways, he's looking fabulous, obviously. Here we go. Let's dive in, shall we? This is him. I don't even know that they played.
Thank you very much.
No, he didn't even get his Proud to be American music. I guess he's got a. Sorry, Lee Greenwood, you don't get your $3.75 today, whatever it is.
I'd like to.
By the way, before we begin, hit that like. You know you're gonna, and it bumps me up into the algorithm and annoys the trolls. If only for that. I mean, you can count on it being a great show. You really can. But, one of the other ways you can make it a great show automatically is just annoy some trolls. Annoy some maggots. Give us a thumbs up. Subscribe. Boy, you want to really drive them crazy? Get me over 100K, goddammit. Where are all these Midas touch millions of people? I swear to God. I know you're out there, and I know you watch. You know you're allowed to subscribe to multiple channels. It doesn't hurt anybody. You know that, right? It doesn't diminish theirs. Maybe you don't. Now you do.
To introduce the mayor of Rancho Palos Verdes, who's been a very
Why is Rancho Palos Verdes so hard to say?
popular mayor, has done a fantastic job, and he's really something very special.
He is. He's really something very special, that mayor of Rancho Palos Verdes.
John Crookshank, and he'll say a few words.
Really? John Crookshank. Okay, right. Named after a bad golf swing.
About 2 miles up the road, they're having some problems with slides into a thing called the Pacific Ocean.
Are they? Up the road, they're having a problem with slides? Like, I'm sorry, are children going down slides into a thing called the Pacific Ocean? They're having a problem with slides into a thing called a crazy little thing called the Pacific Ocean. You ever heard of it?
And a lot of people would like to hear about it.
Would they?
And what the mayor's doing to get it remedied, and he'll take care of it. So, John...
Really? Willie? What's he going to do? Stop global warming or erosion? Sign up for one of the myriad of Democratic programs to plant more fucking trees so you lock down the topsoil?
Please.
Oh, by the way, this guy was just there to meet with Trump while Trump was in town, and apparently he's not happy about the fact that Trump is dragging him out there to make it look like he supports him, or maybe he does, but it's just...
Well, I was only expecting to come speak with the president today.
Way to Crookshank it, Crookshank!
He's gracious enough to invite me to speak to you all, which is an important moment for the city of Rancho Palos Verdes. In 2002, the Trump golf course opened up here, and they've been a great business here in our community. As the president mentioned, our city has been having a lot of issues with a landslide that's less than a mile from here.
So, he wants federal funds to fix this because it's spreading to his fucking golf course, and now he gives a shit about environmental issues or the federal government solving these things because it's going to fuck you, dude.
We have about 600 homes, several thousand residents that have been affected. They've lost power, gas, and it's been moving at an unprecedented rate for the last couple of years because of the rain.
Because of the lack of drought?
Believe we can solve the problem, but we really need the assistance of the state of California and the federal government. We have solutions out there for that, but the problem is bigger than the city of Rancho Palos Verdes. And so it's important that we get the attention and the help of the people of California and of the federal government. So I'm here to thank the president of having me here today. Obviously, I'm a tiny bit nervous. This is a very big deal. Oh, thank you.
Oh, you made me feel so good. And tell Laura thanks for it relaxed me. It was good.
Thank you. So anyhow, we very much appreciate you all being here. And of course, I know you're here for the president, but covering what's going on in our city is really important, and it's meant a lot to our community of 42,000 people. So thank you so much.
Hey, did you notice, by the way, that he doesn't give a fuck about the neighboring communities that have a similar issue that the state is taking care of and the federal government's taking care of? He only gives a shit because it's spreading towards his fucking golf course. And if his golf course wasn't in Rancho Palos Verdes, he wouldn't even know your fucking name. I mean, he doesn't now. He read it off a piece of paper. But you do realize that, right? You do realize that if he didn't have a golf course there, he would not give a fuck at all. You know how I know? Think of all the other areas that have experienced fires and mudslides that he doesn't give a fuck about. See how it works? Good Lord. Thanks for the hat. This is magic. You're not on mic, dipshit. Master of all media, professional host, ex-TV star, dipshit. Hey, there's one mic. He was in front of it. You could barely hear him. Nobody can hear you. Dum-dum. Genius. Somebody's got to turn on a shotgun mic and get him. Somebody fucking flip a switch, please. You know what? On second thought, fuck it, don't. It's better this way. I gotta tell you, it's much better. Well, hold on. Back up a second. Let's see what he says.
Here I am like an idiot.
There you go. And
I had to beat off.
Free health care for illegal look. Look.
there you go.
This is Trump National Los Angeles, and it's been a tremendous success for a long time.
By the way, this is Trump's actual channel, and the stream he actually posted, and it's choppy. This is not my end making it choppy or any of that stuff. Like it's pretty smooth on mine. This is his own channel. Just so you know. Just like, and maybe, you know what, maybe it's not his staff, maybe it's not the campaign, maybe it's just that his club in Rancho Palos Verdes, because it's still a public club, he doesn't give a fuck about the internet there.
Long time, I guess Lily would be 18 or 19 years, I think, right? And I built it.
Yeah, right about the time Russia started backfilling all your bank accounts and helping you solve your loan problems. Yeah, around the early 2000s. Yeah. It's interesting. Curious timing.
I have a little bit of a motto, but we never have to advertise because it's always loaded up with golfers, very good golfers.
Because it's a public course.
It's a world championship course. It fronts on the Pacific Ocean, as you can see. It actually fronts, very few courses front on the Pacific.
Yeah, don't front. Whatever you do, don't front. Most shouldn't front.
Ocean. There's Pebble Beach and there's some others, but I always say I have the ocean, Pebble Beach has the bay. The ocean's better than the bay.
I don't know. I mean, the bay isn't as briny smelling. I'm just going to tell you, as somebody who's, lived in Los Angeles for a good long while and spends a decent amount of time at the beach, not as much as Summer would like. The bay doesn't have the briny smell. Just saying, in the morning.
And this course is one of the best courses anywhere in the world, and it's done really well, and we've had a lot of fun with it, so it's been great. It's a major property.
Very exciting. I'm sorry, can you slow down and calm down? The overwhelming bursts of energy are too much, I think, for the audience. I think people are like, wow, I know you're Mr. Showbiz, but that's sarcasm, by the way, in case he tries to whip some more something out and say it's sarcasm later. At least now you know.
You can imagine we do also lots of weddings and lots of events.
Fabulous. Yeah. You also do children's parties. Terrific.
And in the ballroom right behind you. And people get married literally on a nightly basis looking over the Pacific Ocean. So we have something that's very special. We're proud of.
Yes, this is also true of 30% of the homes along the coast that are available on Airbnb.
Well, thank you all for being here.
Yeah, I'm glad we got that out of the way. God damn.
Before we begin, I want to...
You already began. There's no... It bugs me. Before we begin. You already began, and you're beginning again. This is the second part of beginning.
Express my support for all of the families affected by the landslides in Rancho Palos Verdes. The slides are something can be taken care of. This area is very solid. But you go down a couple of miles down, you'll see something that's pretty amazing.
Great. Thanks, thanks, buddy. Yeah. Way to cover it. Yeah, yeah. Something that's pretty amazing. You know, that thing, it's pretty amazing when your house was on a hill and now it's in the ocean. That's pretty amazing. It's really solid down here where my golf course is, but you guys are fucked.
The mountain is moving, and it can be stopped. But
yeah, we can stop the mountain from moving. We totally can. Yeah, you know, I've got a concept of a plan of how to stop tectonic plates from shifting. Okay. Yeah. Okay, buddy. Yeah, sure thing.
they need some help from the government, so I hope they get the help, and I'm sure John will have.
What are they gonna do? Maybe if they nuke a hurricane and redirect it, it'll push the wind will push the hill back up.
The help.
Hopefully, Superman will get his powers back and then fly backwards around the Earth, and after he's done saving Lois Lane from the crevice.
And I want to thank the mayor for the great job he's doing. I tell that to the people. What a great job he's doing.
Doing what? What's the great job he's doing? Honestly, what's he doing? Is he helping people move? Is he providing them with insurance? Are they backfilling with funds? Are they helping people find temporary shelter? What are they doing? Because he sure as shit isn't spending his nights holding the fucking hill up. I'd like to thank the mayor. He looks very mild-mannered, but he has superpowers, and he spends all night pushing back on the mountain, keeping it from sliding. The slides are the worst.
I just met
Okay. What an asshole.
with the mayor, and especially want to salute all of the public safety and emergency personnel who are working down the road, as well as the utility workers who are fighting to restore service to local residents. It's another thing when you live along the coast. Sometimes that happens.
Uh-huh. Yeah, you live in a Pez dispenser, and you never know when your piece of candy has worked its way to the top. That's the entirety of the West Coast, dum-dum.
A little bit more difficult, but when they fix it, it's there's nothing like it.
Yes, when they fix it. You mean the time between mudslides when you forget they exist? You asshole. What the fuck?
There's nothing like it. I'm here today.
There really is nothing like mudslide territory when the slides aren't happening. It really is. It's breathtaking. Unlike the actual mudslides, which will take your breath away, especially if you're under them.
In California, with a very simple message for the American people: we cannot allow Comrade Kamala Harris.
Really, you have to read that? And poorly?
And the communist left to do to America what they did to California. The state of California is a mess.
Yes, your property looks like shit. I can tell by the boat that's going by full of tourists, I guess, fishing off the coast.
With people leaving, and nothing's...
By the way, he just told us he doesn't even have to advertise on his golf course on the beach because it's always full of golfers, but everybody's leaving.
going to stop them. They're going to...
You're going to stop people from leaving? You're just going to force them to stay if they want to move? Oh, right, because, obviously by denying them rights in other states, I could move out of California, but then my wife might die of septicemia, so I guess we'll stay. Is that the plan, dum-dum?
Other states. Some are going to other countries.
Yeah, Afghanistan. They'd rather be in that horrible... Some of them are going to Caracas, Venezuela, because the crime is... It's safer in Venezuela than it is here in Rancho Palos Wonderwaffe.
But what they've done, Gavin Newsom and Kamala, and I want to say Kamala more so, she destroyed San Francisco and she destroyed the state. When you look at the kind of destruction that's taken place, it's all...
She's making the hills slide. She's making things slide.
Man-made or woman-made destruction, too. It's
that's so nice of him to be magnanimous about it, don't you think? That's nice. He's finally, I'm not going to be sexist. I'll say woman-made destruction.
Things that should have never happen, but we're not going to let that happen.
But they already happened. Didn't you just say they already happened? Things that happened, but we're not going to let that happen, but it already happened. Okay, so I'm sorry, you were saying something about Superman spinning the earth backwards and turning back time. If I could turn back time, I'd put the mountains back.
With 4 more years of her in the White House, because if you have what happened to this country as what they allowed to happen in California and San Francisco, one of the great cities of the world 15 years ago,
God.
and today it's...
15 years ago, she was the DA, dummy. 15 years ago, Gavin Newsom was the mayor. Literally, she was in charge of the city when you said it was awesome. Which I guess we got to get her out of the White House and back to being DA of San Francisco so she could save the place. Fuck you.
Not in a very good position, put it mildly, in this state, which is probably the best piece of real estate in the world. The state, you have the sun.
Well, obviously not Stockton. I mean, simmer down. The best piece of real estate. The coast, obviously. But you wait a minute. You do realize that California isn't just the coastal part of the state, right? That it goes all the way to Nevada and Oregon. It goes in Mexico. Like there's a big. It's not this. It's this. All right.
Sunshine. You have the ocean. You have everything. You have the perfect weather, the best weather.
Except when you have a drought, obviously, it wouldn't be perfect in that regard. You know.
And they've hurt it so badly, so badly. Decades ago, San Francisco was known as one of the most beautiful cities anywhere in the world. A friend of mine, a friend of a lot of the people here.
I'm assuming you mean before the Manson family, before Haight-Ashbury and all that kind of stuff, back when it was... You mean the 30s, right? I mean, San Francisco's always been cool. Oh, wait, Dino, you live in Stockton? All right, you know exactly what I'm talking about. It's not that the town is awful, it's that it's not prime real estate any more than Toledo is, or in the middle of fucking Iowa, right? My point is there any beachfront property in Stockton at all? You think Donald Trump, if you dropped him in Stockton, would go, it's nice to be here in California?
Bob Tisch used to say San Francisco is the best city in the United States, the best city there is. And he passed away a number of years ago, but he wouldn't believe it. He used to always talk about San Francisco as our greatest city. He owned Lowe's, good company, great company.
Was he on the down lows, and that's why he liked San Francisco so much? Was he specific to the area? Did he like sort of the Little Italy and Chinatown and Japantown, which is very cool, or all those trees that were in that are still there, by the way, from Invasion of the Body Snatchers? Those are still there, right at the city at City Hall, or Haight-Ashbury, that area. Did you like that area, or do you like out like the Fisherman's Wharf and the pier and all that kind of stuff, where you can get sourdough bread and clam chowder? Is fabulous. Or was it Harvey Milk Square and he liked the Castro, and that's why he named his company Lowe's, because he was on the down lows. I'm fucking around. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
And he would say it constantly, and now you see what's happened. And it can be brought back, just like our country can be brought back, because we're a nation in decline.
Real quick, if you're a nation in decline, wouldn't one of the first things to go be golf? Just saying. If you were in a desperate time, these were the best of times, it was the worst of times. Now was the winter of our discontents. If the country was turning to shit and we were on the verge of some sort of like Walking Dead / Purge all the time, would people still be golfing? Yeah. I'm just curious. Of all things, I'm guessing tennis would clearly be second, but golf seems like it would be the first. You know what I mean? As a matter of fact, I would think that the great battle of zombie versus man would happen on golf courses. You'd want it that way so you could see the zombies coming from a long way off, right? The golfing dead. Oh my God, what a show.
The decline of this whole state is one of the sad chapters in what's gone on with the radical left lunatics that we have to put up with. As the San Francisco district attorney, Kamala was the godmother of sanctuary cities.
The godmother of sanctuary cities. Oh, boy. All right. Now, we're clearly staring down the barrel of him trying too hard. That's what's happening, right? That's what's going to happen? He's going to list a bunch of people who went through the court system while she was the DA, and anybody who, any recidivism, anybody who reoffended is all her fault, and she set them loose so that they could do it, and that kind of stuff. Never mind the fact that he pardoned people who have assaulted people, and never mind. It doesn't matter.
She was right out there at the forefront, and also the movement of defunding the police. She was there right at the beginning. She boasted, quote, "We are a sanctuary."
She was there before it was even defund, before they even attached the phrase "the police" to it. She was just in favor of cutting everything.
We're a city, and we always will be. Well, they're sanctuary cities of crime. One of the people that Kamala gave sanctuary city to is,
one of the people she gave sanctuary city to. Okay, hey, dum-dum. It's one of the people she gave sanctuary to. Not sanctuary city to. I mean, maybe in a Himmler way, you're just trying to repeat the phrase sanctuary city. Maybe that's what you're trying. No, he's just dumb. Okay.
Put in as DA was Edwin Ramos, an illegal alien MS-13 gang member who savagely murdered a father and his two sons after mistaking them for members of a rival gang.
Okay, a bunch of your Laura Loomer fans and your right-wing white people were like, well, that'll never happen to me. Who gives a shit if he kills a bunch of other Mexicans? What's a rival gang for MS-13? Fucking, okay. You do realize, like most of your people would go, they probably had it coming anyways, right?
She knew this. That. She came to his defense.
Did she?
He had previously been arrested for robbing a pregnant woman.
Of her baby?
And killing many, they say.
Do they? Killing many, they say. They don't really, it's obviously not in the indictment, but it's in the bar song that they sing about him. Well, MS-13, the killer came in and killed the boy and his dad. And robbed the old woman who had a baby in the belly. Ho, ho, la-betty-do, the dinkly-boggly-boo. Then he came in and killed lots of people just as you do. MS-13, smash, smash, MS-13, smash it. They say, shut the fuck up.
Kamala refused to get him out of our country.
Did she?
And he went on to do very significant damage. She also gave sanctuary to illegal alien Ronnie Aguilera.
By the way, these are serious crimes with serious victims and require serious adjudication in court. And he's going to cherry pick fucking people that got let out of court because they got because there wasn't enough evidence, or they weren't even sure it was them, or they the myriad of reasons. And they're just going to go, anybody who did something and later did something, it's all her fault and she did it on purpose. It's this weird. It's left over from fucking Dukakis Bush, right? Remember that? Like the Willie Horton ad. This is, again, because everything is a fucking reboot with this asshole. There's nothing original. So he's just trying to do, the OJ Willie Horton style. She came to the defense. She handed out knives to MS-13, right? It's the same shit. And again, it's one thing if he truly believed she was actively wanting this person free or whatever, which he clearly doesn't. He would be going, God damn it, it's her judgment. She chose to let this guy, she said he's innocent, she came to it, which is not true. He would have to, if any of these were true, he would just, you'd be railing against it. You'd be horrified. You'd be like, what's an example? This asshole pardoned Paul Manafort, a man who hired snipers to kill people on the Euromaidan in Ukraine, at one of our allies, helping the Russians to destabilize that country. And after he left that, came to work in his campaign for free. And during that time was hiring guys off of Craigslist to fuck his disabled wife while he sat in the corner and jacked off. And his own daughters won't talk to him anymore because he's basically a war criminal and a wife beater. Like that. You know what I mean? See how I reacted to him? And it wasn't even hard to find something that was direct. Like he pardoned Paul Manafort directly as a buddy and then hired him back. See, I don't have to puff it up. I don't have to add any. I don't have to embellish. Right?
Who murdered a 14-year-old boy, nearly decapitating him with a sword. He enjoyed watching this take place with a sword.
He enjoyed watching himself do it?
By his hand.
Okay, so does he have dissociative personality disorder, or?
Kamala launched her tenure as DA with a San Francisco...
Jesus Christ, man. Again, if you really think this is this big a fucking deal, you don't even sound like you give a fuck. Like, it's more of an affront to the victims of these cases how you're reading this shit. You're like, I don't know, he killed another Mexican, and they probably shouldn't have been here. The 14-year-old boy he brought in was probably a dreamer, so I give a fuck. You know, she let some dude loose who later killed another Hispanic, and none of my people are going to give a shit about that. Like, this is lame.
Police group described as a, quote, fire sale for plea deals. They made plea deals. The only one they don't make a plea deal with is Trump. They go after their political opponent, especially.
What? You got offered a plea deal, you dumbass. And by the way, they gave plea deals to some of the people in your other cases.
When they haven't done anything wrong. You saw more charges were dropped yesterday in Atlanta, Georgia. It's all politically inspired. It's all against their political opponent. We won the case in the big case. They said the big case. I've completely won that case.
No, you haven't. Having the case dismissed by your own judge that you put in, based on the idea that it is unconstitutional to have a special counsel, whatever they're called, is not you winning the case. That's like saying they never found the murder weapon, so I was completely exonerated. They found the body, but they never found the head, so I've been completely exonerated because they can tie me to the body, but not to the head, so they threw it out. Right? It was dismissed, but not with prejudice. They can still file again. You're done, dude. 11th Circuit's going to reverse this anyways. It's fucking dumb. She wants out. The reason she did this, the reason Judge Cannon did this is because she wants to recuse herself. But if she does, he's going to get convicted and MAGA's going to go, you should have stayed there and protected him. And if she stays in, she's going to have to try the case. And the evidence points to him being guilty. So she'd rather not be there when it happens. So she chose the easier way out. She literally kicked the case to the curb in a way she knew would be overturned. So that she could, they'll recuse her. She's counting on the 11th Circuit to recuse her from the case. And again, I don't even know if he knows how fucking weird it is to claim that you won or you were exonerated when they dismiss it on a technicality that the prosecutor shouldn't exist. The special prosecutor, that's what it was. That the special prosecutor shouldn't exist. That's not the same as you being innocent. That's not the same as there not being evidence against you. I mean, at best, it's like it was an unlawful warrant, that kind of thing. Which, by the way, these assholes will never give the benefit of the doubt to an average citizen, unless, of course, they were selling guns on the black market. In which case, that's freedom.
Documents case in Florida. Case was thrown out.
No, it wasn't.
With deranged Jack Smith deranged prosecutor.
Also, why does he think this is a win? Is it because he's got a beard? What makes him deranged? He's not even loud when he talks, dummy. If you're this branding expert, why is that what you... How did you come up with that? It's like calling him Psycho, and the guy... It's like calling Merrick Garland Psycho Garland. It makes no sense. Like, nobody goes, I see what you're doing there. Everybody's just like, what? What?
That if he devoted his efforts to violent crime and to the border, which they should have, would be in a lot better position as a country. In one sweetheart deal, Kamala gave only 12 years to a monster known as David Taylor, who got high on crack and murdered a 65-year-old mother with a hammer and a pair of scissors.
So the mitigating circumstances being that he was high on crack at the time, I guess? And I'm guessing he got 12 years for the primary case, and then he got more after that, right? Is that the idea? Or he can get parole in 12 years, life with the possibility of parole in 12 years, more than likely?
He wanted to come out, and she wanted to get him out as quickly as possible. And
he wanted to come out, and she wanted to get him out as quickly as possible? Was she going to hand him some crack as soon as he got out and point him towards another old lady? Is that the idea?
Another plea deal. She gave only 6 years to a man who killed a disabled veteran with a knife and then left his body to rot in a bathtub. Kamala refused to seek the death penalty.
Because they both were fighting and it was manslaughter. Mr. I could shoot anybody in the middle of Fifth Avenue and get away with it.
For a gang member who murdered San Francisco police officer Isaac Espinoza during a traffic stop, very innocent traffic stop. She didn't have...
Wait, who was the innocent traffic stop? Was he innocent when he was pulled over?
The decency to call his family, never did.
Hold on. Back. What was the problem with this one? I didn't even hear if it was because of the charge.
For a gang member who murdered San Francisco police and left his body to rot in a bathtub. Kamala refused to seek the death penalty. For a gang member who murdered San Francisco police officer Isaac Espinoza during a traffic stop, very innocent traffic stop.
I see. So they didn't think they could get the death penalty from the jury, so she sought life without the possibility of parole in this situation because there were enough mitigating circumstances that the guy was going to put up I don't know, some defense against himself, and they figured it's easier. We can get a full conviction, and he can stay in jail forever. But you can't get... If we try the death penalty, he'll get off. They won't find him. They won't do it. There was a chance the jury might not find him guilty if they think he's going to die. So better to seek this out or parlay it out into a life. I mean, honestly. There are no, you know what? I take it back. There are no mitigating circumstances. There is no situation where anybody could get away from the death penalty. If you try them, everybody's automatically convicted and gets the death penalty. Every time you bring the death penalty, the jury immediately thinks, oh, well, then he must be guilty, or they wouldn't even bother. Right? Good Lord.
She didn't have the decency to call his family, never did, to explain her decision. Why would you do this? Why would you give such leniency to somebody that just killed the police officer, but her son? This was a major reason why the...
Who? Wait. Whose son?
To call his family, never did, to explain her decision. Why would you do this? Why would you give such leniency to somebody that just killed the police officer, but her son? This was a major reason why the San Francisco police officer...
What? But whose son? Is there a woman? Is the family just a mom? I honest to God don't understand what the fuck he's talking about.
Association.
I don't think he does either.
Has refused to endorse her in every single race since she became...
Jesus Christ, this is so draggy. And by the way, thank you, Ed, for the super chat. Love what you do. Love your days on Talk Soap. Can you bash and trash at some pro-Trump ads. Yes. I need to. He's got. You mean his videos are just the ads themselves? Because he just posted a bunch of new videos. I think we did a huge list of them a couple days ago, last week. But I'll do more, absolutely. And Robert, thank you so much, sir. Love you, Hal, and my fellow sparklers. Hal, Boston Brian's girlfriend, Mel, is in the fire zone. Yes, he was. That's one of the reasons he couldn't be on, and so we're wishing her well and all that kind of stuff. I did not see Marianne Williamson's post about Trump and Haitian voodoo, but I can't wait. We're going to address that later in the program. Hang in there.
District attorney. The police don't endorse her. And she's got virtually no endorsements now, but I have almost every police group in the United States. We just got the endorsement of almost 400,000 police. You saw that the other day. The fraternal order. And
yeah, almost 400.
It's the largest police group in the country. But we have the endorsement of every sheriff, just about every single police group in the United States.
That gives endorsements. Most don't. But the ones that do are the political ones, and the ones that are political want more leeway in handling suspects and allowing for violence, and they all cling to Trump. What a shock. 19,000 plus police departments in the country, and like a couple hundred of them are supporting Donald Trump. Well, thank you, Naomi.
And unadulterated, they are so happy to endorse. After Kamala Harris and Gavin Newsom took charge of San Francisco, homelessness increased by over 200%. While Comrade...
No, by the way, one of the things, again, you remember when he was like, we wouldn't have all these COVID cases if we weren't counting, if we stopped counting all the cases, the case numbers would go down. Same thing with homelessness. If you start actually looking at the problem, the numbers go up because you're actually looking at the problem. Then you solve the problem and the numbers start to go down for real.
Kamala Harris was Attorney General of this state. Murders rose significantly. Car thefts went through the roof.
Car thefts.
Gun assaults rose at levels never seen before. And forcible rape went up by...
By the way, where was this asshole? Like, has he ever seen The Untouchables? Has he ever seen before? I mean, early 90s, anybody?
Much more than the 73% that they reported. As Attorney...
Wait, sorry, those are Venezuela's fake numbers.
General, she defined child sex trafficking, assault with a deadly weapon, and rape of an unconscious person as nonviolent crimes. She put them in a new category as nonviolent. Now, as Vice President...
No, as AG, she wasn't in charge of that. That happened after. And even still, like, part of them were that they were categorizing people that could get psychological help versus people who needed to go to jail. Right? And this was the distinction they were trying to make early on. Now, this is not something she participated in. It's not even something that the vast majority of Californians agreed with, and the law was changed. This is just him reading off a list of things to try and, tarnish her. But you can tell he doesn't even believe it. It's like he's not even paying fucking attention.
She's facilitated the largest wave of sex trafficking and human trafficking in history, the history of our country by far.
No, you did that with Title 42. That's what caused that. Title 42 set up the conveyor belt that the cartels work with, because people would be immediately returned to Mexico. You said, stay in Mexico. So as soon as they grab somebody, put them back in Mexico. And then if they cross again, put them right back in Mexico. So until they get through, until they manage to sneak by. So the first time they come through, they pay the cartels about $8,000, try and get in the country. If they get caught, if they don't get caught, they go into the country. If they do get caught, they get thrown out immediately with no mark on their record so they can try again and again and again and again. And how do you do that if you've already spent your $8,000 that you saved up to try and get across the border? Well, you carry drugs or you transport another person, right?
And in case you don't want to write about it, but you should, because there can be no bigger scandal than this.
Well, okay, the biggest scandal, here it comes. You're $10 million from Egypt. No. You're $17 million from China. No. The $1.2 billion backfill of your loans from through Deutsche Bank from Russia. No. The guys in the helicopter who died flying back from your Atlantic City casino when it was failing, that mysteriously, and you were supposed to be on the helicopter, but you decided last minute to not be on it, and then it went down, and you always said it was a miracle, and everybody else thought it was hanky as fuck. No. The time your dad bought $15 million worth of chips in your casino that he never intended to cash in as a fake loan that got you busted by the gaming commission. No. Well, I'm going to have to go with Melania's Christmas trees. That was a fucking tragedy.
We have, under this administration, 325,000 migrant children are missing. 325,000.
Okay, this shit again. Okay, they're not missing. If you're 17 years old when you enter the country, or you're with somebody, and you are either placed with a family or with a sponsor or any of those kind of things, up till you're 18 years old, you're tracked by Child Protective Services. After that, you're handed off to someone else. They do not go through the process of, when an undocumented child comes into the country, of tearing up their record and throwing it away. They just don't continue to track them once they turn 18. They're still here. They're grown-ups. They've been here over a year and a half or whatever that time period where they turned 18. And Child Protective Service is like, yeah, we don't keep track of them. We don't have any record of them because after they turn 18, that's not our gig. That's the number they're using. Just saying.
In other words, take your biggest stadium in California and you could fill it up 5 or 6 times. Those are all missing children. Many of them are dead. Many of them are sex slaves and slaves of different nature.
Yeah, okay, wait a second. So you think in the United States of America, there are 325,000 dead kids / sex slaves because you think there's a big industry for that in the United States of America? And what? All these police officers that are huge friends of yours, they just look the other way? What is the Fraternal Order of Police doing about let's say half of them are dead? So the 170,000 sex trafficked minors in the country everywhere, why are they not doing something about it? The federal government isn't stopping them. The FBI's not in charge of it. They'll help them out all they want. They bust people like that all the fucking time. So what is it with all the Fraternal Order of Police guys that support you where they just won't go after this? You really think that? Also, where's the other 150,000 buried? They're dead? Where are they? Are they just, is the country just littered with hundreds of, tens of thousands of shallow graves? Seriously. You're much better off if you're making up bullshit like this to make it a smaller number. Spread it out. And it waters it down enough and it's sort of believable.
But her destruction of the law.
Yes, they're all buried on his golf courses. That's right. The chat room has decided.
Law and order in California did not end there. In 2020, Kamala Harris proudly endorsed defund the police. We're going to defund the police. Anybody that was even in favor of defunding the police for 1 month, let alone her entire career, should never.
What? She was the DA. What do you think she was? While she was trying to prosecute cases, making herself the DA, trying to become AG, the Attorney General. So her whole thing, you think that during that period, her thing was, we need to cut police funding while I'm trying to put these people away. You really think that?
Never be president of the United States.
All right. What about somebody who was Jeffrey Epstein's running buddy for 2.5 decades? How about that? Is that a primary disqualifier? What do you think?
She supported a plan to cut the LA Police Department by at least $150 million and ideally more. This is when your crime in LA was reaching very significant heights. Today, it's at the highest level it's ever been.
Wait, so I'm confused. They didn't, right? She was for it, but it didn't happen, and now the crime rate's up. So maybe it would have brought it down. I mean, this is garbage. He's just making it up. But whatever. It's not at the highest ever, by the way. It just isn't.
Harris also endorsed the Marxist, Soros-backed prosecutor George Gascon to be district attorney of Los Angeles. And with Kamala's support, Gascon has unleashed hell upon the residents of Los Angeles. Absolute hell.
Ugh. Yeah, I know. I can barely go to the movies. And the ultimate jam night, like we're just, you almost can't hear the music over the gunshots and the fire trucks. And who am I kidding? Fire trucks. They don't put fires out. It's absolute hell. You just let it burn. Nobody goes anywhere. Restaurants are empty. It's gross. Just all of Los Angeles. It's just, the weird thing is that you'd think there wouldn't be any traffic, because why would anybody go back? But they do. I don't know. Maybe that's just the extra layer. Even in hell, there's no place, nobody wants to be anywhere, but everybody's going there all the time. Hashtag RIP California.
Kamala supported Gascon's decision to stop prosecuting criminals for trespassing, disturbing the peace, making criminal threats, loitering to commit prostitution, and
I guess you'd have to, you can't prosecute somebody for loitering. How do you prove they were loitering to commit prostitution, though? That's the curious part. Like, I get how, propositioning someone, engaging in it, if you catch them saying, I'll do this for this much, that seems clear. But loitering to commit prostitution. So what it is, loitering in what? In a bathing suit? What's happening? What are they walking around in? Where you're like, she's got to be a hooker. Is that? I mean, it is L.A. Have you been to a premiere? You could, if that was the standard, you could arrest everybody.
Resisting arrest, and these are some of the best areas in your state.
Say that again. Wait.
Making criminal threats, loitering to commit prostitution, and resisting arrest. And these are some of the best areas in your state.
Well, yeah, if you're loitering to commit prostitution and you want to resist arrest, I mean, that's prime real estate. What the fuck are you talking about?
They were left alone. They were protected by him, actually protected by him. They've been trying to get him out for a long time.
Get what? Get who out? The arrest resistors? Roving gangs of arrest resistors? We've got all these resistors walking around. They hang around in electronic stores. Right.
But she helped. And this is where she's coming from as president. This is where she's coming from.
Yeah, this is what's going. This is where she's coming from, man. This is what she's got going on.
This is why all of her policies changed. She was anti-fracking. She was anti-everything. And all of a sudden,
she's pro-everything. So I guess that's what she is, right? She was anti-everything. That means she's for everything now. That seems a bit much. I got to say, that sounds like something Ron Paul would endorse. I don't think anybody's for everything. But she was against everything, and now she's for everything. Okay, cool. I haven't looked at her policy page lately, but thank God it's on the internet, and you don't have to print it out. God damn.
She changed. Even the first question she was given at the debate gave one of the dumbest answers. They were asking about pricing, and would you be better off today or 4 years ago?
Well, I mean, it's a dumb question because we were in lockdown. There were riots, and we lost like 10 million jobs, and the economy was collapsing. And you were calling Xi Jinping your hero, so I wouldn't even. I mean, I gotta say, if you got limited time, why bother even answering it?
Prices have gone up at numbers that nobody's ever seen before.
Nobody's ever seen them before, or since, or during.
And just the concept of being better off, she didn't give the answer. She talked about when she grew up. Nobody knew what the hell she was talking about.
You were lost, weren't you? Was it the amount of syllables in the words she was using? I think so, right?
And based on the polls, it didn't work because Rasmussen, as you probably saw,
Oh, Rasmussen, the one pollster who lives in your guest house?
just came out, and they just lifted me up by 6 points.
Okay, good. They lifted you up by 6 points. Who'd Loomer have to blow over there?
The president, which is one of the biggest increases they've ever had in one.
Yeah, I totally buy it. Yeah, that was. I gotta say, I think it's unanimously. We all agree that was a 6-point lead in the polls kind of performance. You nailed it, buddy. And I don't know why you wouldn't want to do it again. Holy shit. If you didn't even prepare and you killed it like that and you got 6 points, why not do another debate? See?
Little short period of time of a couple of days.
Little short period of time of a couple of days.
Up 6 points.
Yeah, you seem like you're up 6 points. Thank you. My name is Owen Baby. Thank you so much for the super chat to make you holla. This looks like a man who just heard he's gone up 6 points in 2 days. Wouldn't you think so? Doesn't this look like a man who just found out, holy fuck, we were tied within the margin of error. Now I'm up by 6 points. I don't even have to do anything. I don't even have to talk about her anymore. I'm killing it. Holy shit. She's digging her own grave. This looks and sounds like a man who is clearly saying, I'm winning. And up very substantially, very, and all the hot chicks love me, and the plane ride over here wasn't bumpy at all, and it's nice to be on a public golf course. I could think of no better place I'd rather be.
And I thought the debate was great. I thought I did very well, but I was fighting 3 people. I was fighting.
Well, if you thought you did great, what's the but for? Right? You thought you did great, but you were fighting 3 people? I think, real quick, and I don't want to nitpick because your word choice is often scrambled at best, but I would like to say that when you said but right then, it just tells me that actually you think you sucked. Because if you thought you won, like you just said, you would say and. I think I did very well, and I was fighting 3 people. And I was fighting. See how that works? See how that feels different? See how that's shaped different? I don't want to give this fucker any pointers. But do you guys, chat room, does anybody think that that's, hold on. Anybody think that's, yeah? You think that's a little bit of a tell? That maybe, just maybe, he doesn't actually believe what he just said? I'm just saying you'd say and instead of but. Just saying. It would roll right off the tongue. You wouldn't even have to think about it. You wouldn't have to tell yourself. I've been in a fight with more than one person. And you can tell by the facial structure and the smoothness of my nose that I did well. But I also, I can confidently say, when I go, and there was more than one person, I don't have to go, but there was more than one person. You see the difference? See what I'm saying? Get it? Yeah. Maggots. Does this register with you? Do you notice this as well? Do you notice this? That he's diminished and flabby and kind of low energy and lame, and then he just said, but I was up against 3 people? But? Okay. All right. You know what? Maybe I'm just putting too much weight on it. Maybe this is the part where he kicks off the latter half. He's just getting wound up. He's relaxed. He just played a round of golf. He's just hanging out. You know, and now he's going to start bringing it. He's building up to it.
The crazy left radical lunatics at ABC, I think, considered the worst broadcaster out there.
Wait, is that the Pence fly coming in for a landing? By you? Who gives a fuck what you think? Of course. And again, if you lost, you'd think that would be your excuse. They're the worst. If you won, you'd be like, they tried, but they couldn't. I mean, it'd be way worse if they actually laid a glove on me, but they couldn't.
I think considered the worst broadcaster out there. George Slobodanopoulos, that whole group, they're bad. And
also, you do realize he didn't run the network, dum-dum. He just is one. He wasn't part of the debate. He gave the interview he did with Biden. He was an absolute asshole to him. He just likes the idea of making fun of his Greek name, which has gotta, by the way, hey, any Greek people out there, this motherfucker is just like his lazy attack point is he's got a Greek name that I can call Slobodanopoulos. That's the best he's got.
I lost a lot of respect for David Muir. He came at me with things, and we'll go over it in a second. But
yeah, don't go into it right now. We can wait.
I was right about the crime stats going way up. The fact is the FBI didn't report them.
Nonsense.
And we're able to keep the stats essentially flat.
Nope.
But the new numbers came in. I guess somebody in government likes me because the new numbers were just released, and you'll see the kind of numbers that we're talking about.
I will. Well, if they were just released, you're obviously reading from a piece of paper. And why pass up an opportunity to dunk on David Muir and ABC? Show them how it's done, motherfucker. If they just released them and you've called this press conference, shit, if I was you, that'd be the primary reason why I called this thing. Yeah, would I throw in some stuff about my opponent? Would I dig into a record and that kind of stuff? Of course I would. But the one big thing I'd do is rebut the refuddle that they did, right? What are you waiting for?
Went not only up, but up at record levels like nobody's seen before.
Yes, well, we certainly haven't seen them yet because while you say they were just released, you just, I guess, forgot them in the car or...
Everything was included.
Yes, when everything was included. And again, I went through this before. The murder rate in Los Angeles went up by like 20% year over year after going down 40% year over year the year before. And so we're talking about like 72 murders versus 48 murders directly. And then the overall violent crime rate in Los Angeles, bringing it down by 3.5%. So you extrapolate a 7 million, person town over, a city that size over another town in like Bakersfield, California, where Kevin McCarthy's from, which has the highest murder rate per capita in the state of California. And if not in the fucking country, it goes way up. But because there's not a lot of people there, it's still a low number comparatively to LA. Kind of the number goes down. You can easily see how it goes down by 15-20% year over year.
And thanks to Kamala, since 2020, crime and drug overdose deaths here have skyrocketed by 40, 50, and 60.
Sorry, how much? Sorry, since when? Real quick.
Before, when everything was included.
Mm-hmm.
And thanks to Kamala, since 2020, crime and drug overdose deaths here have skyrocketed.
Including 2020, are ya? Including the biggest year of overdoses that we've experienced, April to April, before the Biden administration's vaccines came into play, before they got everybody, they got up to speed and all that stuff. April to April, that's when they judge these numbers. Donald Trump's owning the vast majority of that time, right? His policy's still playing out for a good 6 to 8 months going into the next year, as is every presidency.
rocketed by 40, 50, and 60%. And murder.
From what? What's 40, 50, 60% from what? From what? Ladies and gentlemen, let me remind you again that if anybody gives you a percentage without giving you a baseline number, or gives you a rise in baseline number that sounds large without giving you the percentage, they are selling something. If I say last year there were 27,000 gun deaths, including suicides last year, you can go, holy fuck. And it is a big number in a country of 340 million people. It's a reasonable sized number. If I'm going, it's terrible what they're doing. Last year, 27,000 people died of gun deaths, including suicides. Let's say I say that. And I go, this administration is terrible. And then you go, well, what's the average? What do you mean? What was it the year before? It was 28,000. Wait, so it went down 1,000 during these guys? Yeah, but that's not the point. 27,000 people died by gun deaths, right? Year to year. Right. That's what he's doing. The other thing he's doing is the percentages sound bigger the smaller the baseline number is. If you have one and then you have two, it's 100% increase. See how that works? If you have an enormous number, the percentage increase, it either has to be another drastically enormous number, almost impossible, or it's principally a small percentage shift, but the number of individual humans. You make the case about the individual humans involved in it, right? That's simple enough. All right.
Has reached an all-time high.
No, it hasn't. It has come down from an all-time high.
We don't want this for our country. That's why I'm doing this. I don't like doing this, other than I know you all have the nicest view you're going to ever have.
Jesus Christ. You're gonna have a great view of me against a overcast ocean of and my golf course in the background while I tell you about migrant rape. Or does he just mean his absolutely fantastic hair, what's left of it, his wonderful taut skin, and I apologize that I should have warned everybody ahead of time, his blazingly floppy nunt. I should have warned everyone. The mic mostly covers it, so we're okay. But just in case he moves around a little bit. You guys, and in case you're new here, by the way, hit the like, share the show, etc., etc., etc.
But somebody's got to explain this one. This is a radical left, Marxist, communist, fascist.
She must be exhausted. She's all those things at once. Radical left, Marxist, communist, which is kind of the same thing, isn't it? You know what I mean? Is there another kind of communist? Is he a Maoist communist? Maybe, I guess. Is that what maybe it's about? Arguably, that would probably sound worse to some of the low info voters that you're shooting for. Why don't you just call her a member of the Manson family while you're at it?
As borders are, she then launched a colossal invasion of California's southern border. Just yesterday, the Wall Street Journal.
She launched it. As borders are, that's what she did. We don't have a borders are. But as borders are, she launched the attack. Not right-wing organizations that were putting ads in papers all over South America saying the border is wide open and you should head there, attempting to use it as a cudgel. No, not those folks. It was her.
Journal reported that a Venezuelan gang is expanding its deadly reach in the United States.
They're expanding their deadly reach in the United States. That sounds terrible. Hold on. I don't know. I have to look up this. Hey, everybody. Don't. Ooh, there we go. What's happening, maggots? Pay attention to that headline, baby. All right. That's right. Donald Trump's last act as president, besides pardoning a couple of criminals, was granting Venezuelans a deferred enforcement declaration, or whatever it's called, keeping them from being deported for 18 months. And then once that 18 months ended, putting them at the back of the line of other people who were being processed where there was already a backlog caused by the lack of enforcement during COVID. So it would take them at least 4 or 5 years to actually get to the Venezuelans that were in there. And, sorry, he was saying something about Venezuela. I think he was something about Venezuela. Trump was saying something about she did something with Venezuelans, and there was a Venezuela angle that he was playing. Yes?
First sentence of the story begins, U.S. law enforcement officials have watched with alarm the spread of a Venezuelan gang known for dismembering people.
As opposed to?
Dismembering people, right? Dismembering people.
Yes, that's what it says. It says dismembering people, known for dismembering people. Right, yes. Venezuelan gangs known for dismembering people. And I'm sorry, what was the last thing you did while you were in office? When you were leaving, did you go, everybody except those dismemberers?
From Chile to Colombia, they're all over the place. Now they're...
If they're from Chile to Colombia, then they're not Venezuelan. I guess maybe they're rooted in Venezuela. That's their home turf if they're playing gang tag.
In our country. They're known as MS-13. They're considered the meanest, toughest...
Oh, my fucking God. This asshole is MS-13's press agent.
...gang in the world in Long Island. Not so long ago, 2 young...
But long enough for the island.
16-year-old girls.
Yes, during your fucking presidency. We know. We get it. Yes, that happened. Yeah. We know. And MS-13 is an American gang, started here.
Were walking to school, and they carved them up with a knife. They killed both of them. They carved them up with a knife. They didn't want to...
One knife or multiple knives? And they were walking to school. Was it for walking to school? Did they cross through their turf? Or they just singled them out and were just like, felt like it? There was... you know what? Fuck it. I don't need any other details.
Shoot them. And we got them out. I got them out so fast.
No, you didn't.
We did it.
No, you didn't. Hey, asshole, you let them stay. You fucking let them stay, dummy. You didn't get them out so fast. That's just a news story you heard about. You let them stay. It was the last thing you did as president. The last thing he did in office on his way out the fucking door was defer the enforcement of immigration rules against Venezuelans for 18 months. You let him stay, you dumb motherfucker.
Big number, and I wanted to thank ICE while I'm at it, because ICE has been unbelievable.
They go into these nests and they call them nests, and their fists are flying, and they're tough guys, and you're tough, but you'd never be as tough as these guys are tough.
Patrol has been unbelievable. And she wants to get rid of ICE. She wants to dismember ICE. She wants to take them out. And
yeah, that's why she wants to prosecute transnational criminal gangs without the help of an enforcement division or Customs and Border Patrol or, Immigration Customs Enforcement. Just why bother?
And if you didn't have ICE, you'd have a problem in this country. ICE would go in, I remember.
Excuse me, we do have ICE, and according to you, we are living in hell and in a country in decline. We do have ICE. We have ICE. We have ICE and the Customs and Border Patrol, CBP, and both of them are doing their jobs. According to you, they're not, but whatever.
In Long Island with us, they had a gang that was brutal.
In Long Island? So Long Island? You mean where MS-13 has American members?
MS-13 gang. They came out of prisons from different places.
What, upstate New York?
And they formed, for whatever reason, Long Island seems to be a place. And I'll never forget the scene of...
He is. That is true. That is true. Long Island does seem to be a place.
Ice going into a
Nest.
rat's nest, they call them when you have a lot of them together. Rat's nest.
No, that's when they sleep on long hair. It happens to all of us. I got to tell you, I have to brush. Otherwise, it's just a mess. I don't even know what to do with it. It's just a nest. The word you've used before is nest. You added rat right now.
And they walked into that nest, and you just saw arms and fists and feet.
Yeah, yeah. Who are they fighting? The Tasmanian devil? You dumb motherfucker. Just it's like a Warner Brothers cartoon. Just a cloud of dirt.
Everybody was flying.
Everybody was flying. Everybody was kung fu fighting. Beep, 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 beep. They were. Those kicks were fast as lightning.
And 3
Jesus Christ!
minutes later, he saw it. 3 minutes later,
Who saw it? He saw it. What do you?
they walked out with these guys dragging
3 minutes. It was a 3-minute fist fight.
them out by their feet and throwing them into paddy wagons and bringing them.
Just carrying them out by their feet like they're fucking hams. Carrying them out by their feet and throwing them into paddy wagons. All right, all of this was in a cartoon.
Into jails. And then we got them out of the country and moved them back to where they came from,
Upstate New York, Long Island.
which Obama was unable to do when he was president. Obama was unable to do because the countries wouldn't participate. They wouldn't allow him back. But I called those countries, 3 of them. Guatemala,
We would be very happy to take back our blah, blah, blah.
take a look. Mexico, too, to a large extent.
I did take a look. The Obama administration dropped off a bunch of people. We always do deportations by airplane. Nobody is blocking the fucking runway. They might have done it while you were president, but they didn't do it under anybody else.
And
And the other thing is, like, Trump's trying to drop off American citizens in Venezuela. That might have been part of the problem. They're like, take back your gang members. Like, that motherfucker's from New York.
I think probably the worst of all, we had 4 countries. Colombia was rough. We had
Yeah, it's much better now.
4 in South America. But the South America is no longer the problem. We have
No, it's not. Absolutely not. Now it's MS-13 spread to the Congo. Black people. That's what it is.
bigger problems
Mm-hmm.
elsewhere. Guatemala, a lot of problems in Guatemala.
Yeah, I agree. A lot of problems in Guatemala. Not a problem anymore, but yeah.
A lot of bad people coming out. We called. I said, let me speak to the president. I told him, you're not getting any more foreign aid. We got $750 million a year. I said, no more foreign aid. Why?
Why, oh, why, he said, Your
You
Excellency.
send people over in caravans and you won't take them back, and they're criminals, and we don't want them in this country. And you wouldn't take them back with Obama. They would put planes on the runways, big planes on the runways, so you couldn't
Again, I don't know if he made this up himself or if somebody in his cabinet told him this story to just kind of like puff him up.
land the planes loaded up with prisoners. And I said, that's okay. You can keep doing it. We're not paying you 10 cents. And they called me back 20 minutes later. One of them the next day, 3 countries. And
Yeah, the other guy, he could wait. Obviously, Colombia was like, hang on, I got to tell you, I'm banging on some major flake right now, and I've just blazed a rail. Can I get back to you tomorrow? I'm not thinking clearly.
they said we would be honored to take MS-13 back. We like them very much. We're wonderful people.
This gag works way better when there's an actual audience, and it's not a bunch of reporters who are sitting there going, A, I've heard this, B, it's bullshit, C, what's your fucking point?
And we got them out by the thousands and thousands. We got them out. And that I attribute to ICE and Border Patrol. They're incredible people. Not only is Comrade
Well, wouldn't ICE and Border Patrol be doing that anyways? And aren't you taking credit for getting them to take the planes back? So you're saying that ICE and Border Patrol weren't removing gang members or weren't trying to remove gang members before that? They were just like, fuck it.
Howard, I mean, if you take a look at this,
Yeah.
not only is Comrade Kamala allowing illegal aliens to stampede across our border.
Well, I mean, I blame the wall. Obviously, it's a piece of shit.
But then it was announced about a year ago that they're actually flying them in. Nobody knew that. They were secret.
Right. This is the part where I think he's come to realize that if the wall works, then how are people stampeding across the fucking border? And like, oh, they're flying them over the wall. Yeah, that's it. That's the ticket.
Secretly flying in hundreds of thousands of people. Some of the worst murderers and terrorists you've ever seen. They were taking anybody that wanted to come in.
What? Hold on. So how does that work exactly? I mean, I know it's apocryphal bullshit, but at least give me a little something. How does this work? So the State Department is setting up flights from someplace in Mexico, middle of Mexico, random, probably like a black site runway, something like that, and these flights are flying in. I guess suppose they have to be disguised as commercial airlines, or they just have no tail number or whatever, but they're just flown in under cover of night into the middle of the country, Iowa, Arkansas, Kansas, Arkansas, something like Southern Illinois, Montana, right? And they just drop them off, and nobody does anything. Everybody just missed it. That's how that's how it worked. That was the. How's this work exactly? You mean what he means is the largest number of people in the country illegally are visa overstays. People who came here for school or for work or for vacation and then didn't fly back home. And so to make that statistic work for him, he's now claiming that they're, instead of digging under his stupid wall or climbing over it, they're just, I don't know, grabbing planes and Con Airing their way into the country.
And they're flying them in. So when they tell you about their borders a little bit better than it used to be, they only did that for election reasons. Not good, but it's a little bit better.
Oh, I see. So the number, okay. So this is, I think, the theory. He's like, the number's down, but I got to keep saying there's more people coming in than they say. And obviously, every time I say there's a bunch of gotaways, the CBP and ICE get mad because I'm basically saying they're ineffective assholes and not doing their job. So they push back on me. So I'm like, oh, no. It's not that you guys are letting them get away. It's that the Kamala Harris is flying them in.
But they don't tell you that the flights are still coming in here, bringing in thousands and thousands of illegal aliens. And they're being dropped into the midsection.
Into the belly button of America. they're parachuting down onto the midriff of America.
Of our country. Because all states are really border states right now. And I'm
Yeah, especially Wisconsin. Oh, wait.
The border president.
I'm the border president. You made it worse.
Solved it in 2016, probably got elected because of that in 2016.
Yeah, you bullshitted about that. You said Mexico was going to pay for it, and a bunch of dumbasses believed you, and a bunch of people on my side of the aisle stood down because they were sexist assholes who didn't think a woman could run the office of the presidency at the time, and hopefully they've grown up since then. But you ran on that, and Mexico would pay for it, which they clearly didn't. You also ran on getting us out of Afghanistan, which you didn't fucking do. And ultimately, economically, the only thing you really did was give a tax break to giant corporations. You made the one for people temporary, and you made the one for corporations permanent. Weird.
And really, there was nothing to do in 2020. I said to my people, I want to talk.
Yeah, you're right. In 2020, that's what you would say about the presidential election. There was nothing to do in 2020. It was so fucking good. Remember how good 2020 was? Remember that? And a bunch of you are like, I liked staying home. And you shut the fuck up. I'm not talking to you.
Talk about the border, what a job I did. They said, sir, nobody cares you did it. It was good.
No, they were like, sir, your stupid fucking wall built an access road, and now people can walk all the way to the end of the fucking wall till it reaches private or Indian land and then just go around. Before, they'd have to climb up a cliff, and there was just, we just had a chain link fence, so they didn't have to be a base to it or anything. But you insisted, so we flattened all this shit out, and now you could roll a fucking rolling suitcase down the whole goddamn thing, dumbass.
We went from
you and your slat fence.
Terrible border to a great border very quickly. Did
Thanks, COVID.
a great job.
Yes, did a great job letting COVID kill more Americans than any other country, except China.
And then I come in and I look at what's happening now, and the only difference is that the border in 2016 was 1/20th what it is now. We have the worst border in the history of the world.
Oh, okay, real quick, there's also a thing about, like, you do realize if the border is worse now, after your wall sucks. And also, it means that people would rather come to the country now. Right? If people are coming from all over, they're obviously coming to something. And they're not coming to a nation in decline. Comparatively, they're marching uphill. Yes?
There's never been a border like this. And I want to be the border president, and I hope you call me the border president because I'm going to show you what a border.
Yes, you're the border president. You killed the border bill. You own the border. All the fentanyl that comes across since that border bill was shot down, that's you. That's all you.
Security job we can do, and we're going to do a job like never has been done before. There's never
Like never has been done before. Don't say has been at your age. It's a bad idea.
been a border like this. I believe the real number is 21 million people.
I don't care what you believe. What you believe is silly. You are a silly person. The number is 10.3 million. That's how many undocumented people are estimated to be in the country. That's the legit estimated number because people die, people go home, people, never, make it through and then are rejected. There's tons of deportations going on at any given time. It happens all the time. Our static number is a little under, 11 million, and it's been there for a while. It was 11, it was like 14 something, I want to say, in 2015, which is like its peak. And then it rescinded ever since, largely because COVID. Everybody went home or killed, or some of them got killed.
People are here, and many are thugs, criminals. And remember this: if you go
And none of them are good people, I assume.
to South America, and if you go to these countries that have taken their prisoners out of their jails to empty their jails and dumped them into the United States, like we're a dumping ground, you're going to see their crime rates have gone down by 50, 60, 70, and 80%. If you look at Caracas, Venezuela.
Yeah, you should be there right now. Go there now. Go. You got a plane? Fly down there.
They took their criminals and drug dealers and rapists off the street and they dumped them into the United States of America.
And they all work for my campaign now.
Dumping ground, they call it. We're a dumping ground for
But obviously not in English.
Venezuela, because we have stupid people running our country. And you think Biden's bad? This one's going to be worse than Biden. Over the past three and a half years, Kamala has resettled 500,000 illegal migrants from Haiti.
Haiti. Those cat-eating motherfuckers.
Into American communities, including over 200,000 who Kamala has illegally flown into the United States by airplane.
Oh, as opposed to flew them in dressed as Condor Man. Hold on. I'm going to grab something real quick. Let's go to here. Fuck you. I need to grab a... I need to see this Marianne Williamson shit. Hold on. Let's see. Marianne, Haiti. All right. Because the eating cats issue will create blowback on November 5th. Haitian voodoo is in fact real, and dismiss the stories out of hand rather than listen to the citizens of Springfield. Okay, so yeah, this is her post. Continuing to dump on Trump because of the eating cats issue will create blowback on November 5th. Haitian voodoo is in fact real, and dismiss the story out of hand rather than listen to the citizens of Springfield, Ohio, confirms in the minds of many voters the stereotype of Democrats as smug elite jerks who think they're too smart to listen to anyone outside their own silo. Okay, fuck what? Eating cats is not part of Haitian voodoo. Killing chickens or animal sacrifice might be, but nobody eats them to do it. We're talking about roasting them. And also, this is a fucking video that they're using of a black woman, an American black woman from Canton, Ohio, who killed a cat. That's where this story came from. Fuck you, lady. All right, then here's her post. I went to the Dominican Republic in 2006 to volunteer at an orphanage right on the border of Haiti. Voodoo is so widespread and common in Haiti that it bleeds over into DR. Even in the Pentecostal village we were in, kids would tie strands of our hair under the wrists, a binding ritual. The poverty in Haiti is so extreme, so unlike anything they would experience here, you can see it in people's eyes. The border opens once a week to let Haitians into a market so they can trade. If you think it's racist to say in poor countries people eat cats and dogs, you live a sheltered life. Right, it's not. People, when they're starving, will eat almost anything. We're talking about the people that come here and do it by choice, allegedly. That they're stealing people's animals and eating them. That's like saying because the fucking soccer players that got lost in that crashed plane ended up eating one of the other soccer players, that, soccer players in general are cannibals. And also, where the fuck is she getting this clip from? This isn't her. Marianne didn't go to the Dominican Republic in 2006 to volunteer at an orphanage. Listen to me. Orphanage right on the border of Haiti. She's just like copy pasting some other shit she found on the internet. Jesus Christ. Fuck is wrong with her? Is she just jealous about all the attention that RFK is getting? Jesus Christ. Haitian voodoo is in fact real. Marianne Williamson backs Trump on bogus pet eating conspiracy. It's a real post from her. Yeah, the New York Independent says, what does Haiti have to do with it? If you're living in a storm-ravaged country with effectively no central government, you'd be eating cats too. You're not, but you're not, and the Haitian refugees in Springfield aren't either. Exactly. Jesus Christ. The fuck is wrong with her? I used to work for her back in the day. I feel bad. Oh, and by the way, this is well before her Jill Stein era. There's more? I don't need to see more. We got it.
When they couldn't get through the border because the border guards backed up. They were refusing to let them in. They don't want it. They love this country. They're saying, you can't do this to our country. They flew them in right over the top of the border guards.
Okay, right. So he's saying this because he's getting a bunch of pushback because, like, border guards are getting death threats because they're a bunch of maggots who think they're letting people through. That they're just waving them in. Borders wide open. Fuck it. Go ahead. It's the same thing he did with the FBI and this asshole who went to Cincinnati and shot up the FBI office. Like, he just paints him as bad, and then he gets a fucking phone call. Go, hey, knock it off.
And they're doing it right now.
No, they're not.
They're doing it right now.
No, they're not.
In Springfield, Ohio, 20,000 illegal Haitian migrants have descended upon a town of...
Yeah, they parachuted in. Descended, literally.
58,000 people, destroying their way of life. They've destroyed the place. And people don't like to talk about it because even the town doesn't like to talk about it.
Also, how do I do... Oh, thanks for the voodoo that I do so well. Thank you, Tamal.
Because it sounds so bad for the town. They live there.
It does sound bad that they were destroyed. So I'm sorry, real quick. So their town's been destroyed, but you're worried about hurting their feelings. I would just arguably say they have bigger fish to fry, wouldn't you?
They're proud. They love the town for years.
They love the town, and it's embarrassing to say that it's been destroyed by someone else.
It was a great place, safe, nice.
Full of cats.
Now they have 20,000, and I actually heard today it's 32,000.
Did you? Because 20,000 wasn't... You focus group 20,000, it wasn't scary enough as a number?
It's the new number.
Is it? Okay, the new number. Okay, everybody write down the new bullshit number, 32,000.
Illegal aliens are now coming in from all over the world, from prisons, jails, mental institutions. They're coming in.
And they're taking our jobs. My job was stolen by an immigrant that doesn't speak English, who shits himself and thinks he's Napoleon. And emotionally, I'm finding that very difficult to deal with because what kind of an asshole am I that my job can be taken by somebody who doesn't speak English and who's been in a mental institution? Sorry, insane asylum. How is it that multiple MiGs from Venezuela can take my job? What am I even doing?
At levels that we've never seen before, we can
Oh, good. All right. Well, at least that phrase hasn't been overused.
not let this happen to our country. And I will be your border president. And I hope you call me a border president. I never thought I'd have to say
You're trying. You desperately want. You can't be the border president if you killed the border bill, dummy. Sorry.
that again, because we fixed the border and now it's
You fixed it. Yes, absolutely. The wall made everything great. Once you get the wall up, walls and wheels, they work for the time memorial. Yeah, absolutely. You put up the wall, fucking done. More wall than you said you were going to put up. You don't even need really. Fuck it.
and it was 100% beautiful. And that includes
The border was 100% beautiful. Especially those camps caused by COVID on the Mexican side of the border. Gorgeous. Tents as far as the eye could see.
fentanyl and drugs and everything else. We had it fixed, and now it's nobody's ever seen anything like it. And I guess they want to do it because we built hundreds of miles of wall, and we had hundreds
And none of it worked.
of miles. I said after we completed, much more than I said I was going to complete.
Jesus Christ. What did I say? What did I fucking say? Hey, stupid. You can't take credit for the wall if the wall didn't do shit. By the way, you're watching Hal Sparks Mega Worldwide, the greatest live stream in the history of live streams. And I'm taking the advice of Kamala Harris, and I'm showing you the whole thing, ladies and gentlemen. This whole pile of blather he's doing from from his golf course in Los Angeles. Yeah, this stream is 100% beautiful. You're goddamn right, Bobby.
And it had a huge impact.
Huge.
But after I completed it, we had all of this wall to be put up. It could have been put up in...
Sorry, real quick. You after you completed it, then what?
After I completed it,
After you completed it, then what?
we had all of this wall to be put up. It could have been put up in 200 miles, could have been put up in 3 weeks.
Okay, 200 miles of wall put up in 3 weeks of that size is, I'm just going to say, it's going to be a shit job. You can have something fast, cheap, and good. And if we're going for, fast, it's not going to be cheap and it's not going to be good. If it's going to be fast and cheap, it's not going to be good. If it's going to be cheap and good, it's not going to be fast. And if it's going to be just fast for the fuck of it, it's going to suck. So you finished the wall, you completed it, and then there was a bunch more wall to do. Because after you're done, there's obviously more to do. When you're finished, you're not finished. Sure, okay.
Would have been totally sealed and much larger than I
Totally sealed and much... Wait.
originally said, but it worked so well. We were doing so well. And not only didn't they put it up, they sold much of it for 5 cents on the dollar. Very expensive wall, has wires inside of it for technology.
Wires inside of it for technology. Hey, slow down, buddy. Stop throwing around all this techno mumbo jumbo, okay? Wires in it for technology. Jesus Christ. Hey, somebody get ChatGPT to explain this to me like I'm a 3-year-old.
Hardened steel, hardened concrete, and rebar.
And wires. Wires for technology. Don't forget. Hardened steel, hardened concrete, as opposed to what? Molten steel and liquid concrete and marzipan. I guess maybe it was just nougat. Maybe you should have tried a nougat filling.
They wanted all three. I did it as per the Border Patrol.
Right, it wasn't my fault if it doesn't work. If people can climb over it, it's their fucking fault. Stupid fucking Border Patrol. By the way, that's what he means, Border Patrol. He's talking about you. He's saying when the border's open, you're letting people through. When there's gotaways, it's because you let them get away. And if the wall doesn't work because people can climb over it, under it, or walk around it, it's your fucking fault because it's your goddamn design. He wanted something else. He's blaming Customs and Border Patrol. He's blaming ICE.
I disagreed with the look. They said, sir, this is the only way. We had to
I disagreed with the look.
put a anti-climb panel on top. The panel on top is an anti-climb panel. I said, I don't like the way it looks. They say, I know, but it stops people from climbing. I said, all right.
You don't like the way it looks. What'd you want? Spikes?
We'll do it the way you want.
Well, we'll do it the way you want, but it's not going to work. And as soon as I leave, people are going to be climbing over it, and climbing under it, and walking around it. You watch.
A president has a duty to keep you safe. Kamala will turn America into a poor, violent, third world refugee camp. It already sort of is.
It already sort of is. But enough about the summer of 2020, I guess.
We have elections that are a mess, and we have a border that's the worst of any border ever in the world. There's never
Yeah, I can see why you'd want to run to be president of this place when you have options.
been a country ever in the world that's allowed 21 million people to come across in a short
That's true, including this one.
period of time.
Right, yeah, it didn't happen here either.
And children and the children of American citizens are at the mercy of barbaric criminals. You take a look.
Children are at the mercy of barbaric criminals. Not just your average violent criminal, but horned hats, big beards, Vikings, basically.
Look at what's happening in Colorado. The governor's afraid to even talk about it. The governor
Yeah, he's scared to death. Even though he just had a fucking press conference saying, fuck you.
is a Democrat. Colorado, I hope you're going to vote for Trump because you're being stampeded by your own politicians. The governor can't talk about it.
He's being stampeded by your own politicians. Well, how are they going to even notice that the immigrants are running them over if the politicians are already stampeding them? They're being stampeded by your own politicians. Okay.
Because he can't go against the policies of these lunatics.
Why not? I mean, obviously, how are you going to vote how are they going to vote for anybody? For Democrats or against Republicans or for Republicans or, to turn this around if they're in the middle of a stampede? How does that even work?
That want all these people to come into our country without knowing who they are. We don't even know where they come from.
Well, then why are you saying they're criminals from insane asylums in Venezuela? I recognize this is a form of nitpicking, but if we don't know who they are and you don't know where they're coming from, then how can you say where they're coming from and who they are and where they're from and who they are and where they've come from? How do you know they're Venezuelan insane people and criminals from jails if you don't know who they are and where they're from? I'm just saying, it's a logical inconsistency that's rather hefty. It's difficult for me to get around. That's probably the biggest one.
As of last week, I was told by Tom Homan, we had
So if I'm wrong, it's Tom's fault.
168 countries represented over the last 12 months.
Really? Is that how many flags they found? I think most people don't even know there are 168. Matter of fact, I think I might have made that number up. I'm not even sure. How could I know?
In other words, people came in illegally from
Legal.
168 different countries. Most people don't know there's that many countries. There's more than that in the world. We'll know them all pretty soon.
Well, what about the other three? They must be slacking or doing way too good. What, are there no French people, I guess?
Sure. In breaking news yesterday, the premier statistical agency at the Justice Department, you remember where David Muir tried to correct me when I said that crime is rampant like never before. He said, oh, no. He said, crime is going down. I said, where are you coming from? And, you wouldn't have to need a Bureau of Justice statistics to know that crime is worse than it's ever been.
Yeah, you would. You would, especially if you're standing on a golf course in Los Angeles where people are golfing and boats are going by in the background and you're giving a press conference. Like, somebody'd have to tell you because you're not watching it happen, obviously.
And I guess they probably watched the debate and they heard this foolish man, this foolish fool.
This foolish fool, fooling.
make that statement to me that, no, crime is coming down. The FBI said it was coming down. The FBI defrauded everybody.
Did they? How dare they?
Because what they did is they used statistics not including some of the worst areas and some of the worst cities. So the real numbers are from the Bureau of Justice Statistics, and they just
The Bureau of Justice. Okay.
released it. So I think they probably like me because they wanted to defend me from people that are not smart.
Hold on. Sorry. Real quick. Hold on. Let's see. Crime. Let's see. Current funding. Trying to find the data sets. Public comments requested on restating previous data, approved data changes. Census, Public Defender Office, correction, statistics, analysis. Okay, well, we'll see what let's see what his source is.
From a guy who has good hair, but not as good as it was 5 years ago, to be honest.
Dude. Really? You want to go? I mean, honestly. So you mean you're just making this up? Okay.
And they just released brand new numbers, just out last night, late, showing that since 2020, so this guy, David Muir, was correcting me, the FBI. Now, the FBI defrauded, just like they defrauded on the jobs, 118,000
What
jobs
is the thing?
that didn't exist. The FBI, in this case, defrauded. So violent crime, just out, nationwide is up 40%. Rape is up 42%. Car theft is up 42%. Aggravated assaults are up 55%.
Okay, hold on. Now, that's a lot. Let's see. Criminal victimization 2023. 2023. Rate of violence excluding 9.5%, which is decreased from downloads. Press release. The most recent. Okay, September 2024. This is the Office of Justice Programs, the U.S. Department of Justice press release from the Bureau of Justice Statistics. This is the newest one I can find. This is September 12th, 2024, 10 a.m., Thursday. Data from the National Crime Victimization Survey, which doesn't go on convictions, it goes on victimization, so it's easier to judge. You don't have to wait until they find out who did it. You know, if you go, this was murder, and we found the murderer, and we wait till they're convicted to say it was murder. You can just go by the murdered victim, and you know there was a murder, right? You could statistically understand how many there were, and that kind of stuff. Okay, there we go. Data from the National Crime Victimization Survey indicates that in 2023, the rate of non-fatal violent victimization in the United States was 22.5 victimizations per 1,000 persons aged 12 or older, which was similar to the 2022 rate of 23.5 per 1,000. Violent victimization includes rape or sexual assault, robbery, aggravated assault, and simple assault. Findings show that there was an overall decline in the rate of violent victimization over the last 3 decades from 93 to 2023. While 2023 rate was higher than those in 2020 and 2021, it was not statistically different from the rate 5 years ago in 2019. The rate of violent victimization, excluding simple assault for males, decreased from 9.5% 9.5 per 1,000 persons in 2022 to 6.9 per 1,000 in 2023, while the rate for females did not change significantly. Of more than the 6.4 million violent victimizations in 2023, about 9% involved a firearm, which is not significantly different from the percentage in 2022. Firearm victimizations are violent victimizations where the offender possessed, showed, or used a firearm. In 2023, the rate of property victimization was 102.2 per 1,000 households, which is not significantly different from 2022. However, the rate of property victimization in urban areas increased from 176 per 1,000 in 2022 to 192 per 1,000 in 2023. Property victimization includes burglary or trespassing, motor vehicle theft, and other types of household theft. The NCVS collects information on crimes reported and not reported to police. A smaller percentage of robbery victimizations that occurred in 2023, 42%, than in 2022, 64%, were reported to police. And the percentage of motor vehicle thefts reported to police decreased from 81% to 72%. These findings are from the NCVS, a self-report survey administered annually from January 1st to December 31st. Annual estimates are based on the number and characteristics of crimes that respondents experienced during the prior 6 months, excluding the month in which they were interviewed. The survey collects information on threatened, attempted, and completed crimes and on crimes reported that are not reported to the police. That's the latest one on violent crime. Okay, let's go back to here. So this is the site, Bureau of Justice Statistics. New releases. The first thing up here is 2024 current funding opportunities. Where you can spend money to solve crimes, I guess, or solve the racketeer influence and corrupt organizations, RICO cases in federal courts. No wonder Trump jumped right past that one. Socioeconomic consequences of violent crime, 2022. Tribal crime data collection. Report on indicators of school crime and safety. Indicator 2, instances of non-fatal victimization, school and away from school. Sexual victimization reported by adult correctional authorities. Few more releases. These are the recent ones. These are the ones that just came out. Criminal victimization is the one I read. These are all the reports in order from when they were done. This is September 2024, September 2024, August, July. Okay, so Trump is, I guess, not surprisingly, talking out of his ass.
And violent attacks on strangers are up much more than 61%.
Why would you say 61% then? What do you mean? Who writes... In what statistical analysis would you see somebody write down much more than 61%? So does it say 61% in the thing they gave you and it just didn't sound scary enough? Is that what it was?
So those are your numbers. See?
They're not my numbers. You made them up. I mean, I just looked at the latest paper from I don't know where the fuck he got his numbers. He may have gotten them from someplace else. He may have gotten them from the FBI, or he's just fucking stupid. Let's see. Forthcoming publications? I don't know what that means. Jails in Indian country, trends and background checks for firearm transfers, survey of state criminal history information systems. That's the upcoming ones. That's quarter 3. Quarter 4 is all periodic stuff. They haven't reached that yet. Topics. Cost of crime. Let's see, crime. Do crime measures. Okay, this just breaks down how they go. See the nation's 2 crime measures. That's how they guess them, but that's the recent publications, crime victimization. That is the rate by which they choose stuff. And by the way, that's crimes reported, not reported. The number reported to the police are higher. They talk to criminal victims and go, hey, I know you don't want to turn somebody in, but were you robbed? Were you beaten? Were you whatever? They go by those notes, okay? Which is a much broader number where people think either it was a crime or it wasn't a crime. They decided later, they thought, nah, it's actually, I was responsible or whatever. Or they're afraid to give testimony, so they back off from the criminal case. A myriad of reasons, right? A percentage drop in that. But even that number is around or below the average.
Numbers. Now, I think he corrected me 11 times. Of the 11 times, I don't think he had the right to correct me at all. Didn't correct her once.
Real quick. I just went and looked. Like, David Muir didn't even have the ability to go, bring up the fucking webpage that he's allegedly talking about. I'm not correcting Trump. I just want to be clear. I'm not correcting this moment for Trump. I'm calling him a liar and a dumbass. And not only is he reading something he has no idea where it came from, but he's willfully lying because he knows it didn't come from where he says it came from, because he didn't bother to check and he doesn't give a fuck. So not only is he a liar, he's a dumbass. I'm totally comfortable with calling him out on that. and laying this shit off on Tom Homan. Tom Homan gave me these numbers from the Bureau of Justice Statistics. No, he didn't.
Like on Project 2025, I have no idea about. It had nothing to do with me.
No, it's your entire staff. It will have something to do with you. I mean, I see how you're dodging this.
He didn't correct her. He knew that. Charlottesville, nothing was done wrong.
I would say a bunch of people marching with tiki torches saying Jews will not replace us. It's wrong. I'd say that's wrong. A woman was killed, run over by a car. That's pretty wrong. And also, you were absolutely defending the white supremacists that were there that day, trying to use the Daughters of the American Confederacy as some sort of cover when they weren't even fucking there.
All you had to do is read my statement, one more sentence.
No, I didn't. You can watch the whole fucking thing. Hold on one second. Shall we look, chat room, I know this is going long because it's a lot of blather, but let's see. Trump, Charlottesville, whoops, fine people. Let's see I want a video of it though. Yeah, here we go. I want video, you dumb idiot. See if this is it.
Bad people in that group, but you also had people that.
Okay, so you had bad people in that group. He says all you got to do is go one extra sentence, right? Okay, so let's go. One extra sentence past what he says.
And you had some very bad people in that group, but you also had people that were very fine people on both sides. You had people in that group, excuse me, I saw the same pictures as you did. You had people in that group that were there to protest the taking down of, to them, a very, very important statue.
Right, of Robert E. Lee, a hero of the Confederacy, a defender of slavery, not very fine people. Not even fine people. Not even okay people. Fucked up racist assholes.
And the renaming of a park from Robert E. Lee to another name. And you...
Right. Why would you think it would be a fine thing? I guess this is the bigger question, asshole. See, I'm just saying, it doesn't help him. It does not help him to go further. It doesn't help. Because by playing it longer, it's very obvious that you think it would be a fine thing right now, this very second, if you had a park that didn't have a name attached to it. Donald Trump thinks it would be a very fine thing if someone were to come forward and name that one after Robert E. Lee. That's fine. Very fine. Just such an asshole.
And you would have seen that. Sean Hannity, Laura Ingraham, Jesse, all of them, he
still can't remember Jesse Waters' last name. That's gotta hurt after Jesse, I'm sorry, man. You've been carrying this dude's balls around like a pelican for him, and he doesn't even remember your last name.
Greg Gutfeld, they all...
He remembers Greg's. Can't remember yours.
They all took that and they...
What, like, you think Greg Gutfeld's a fucking fact checker? He's not even funny. He doesn't even do his first job well.
Corrected it many times.
Yeah, they're assholes. They're lying. Here's a good idea. If you want to talk about people who've corrected something, don't pick the opinion speakers on a network. You know what I mean? Pick the people who are known for just being the sort of the midday, just the facts folks, right? Except none of them do that because they wouldn't put their name on it.
But they keep coming with the same lies.
Hey, asshole. Don't lay it off on them. Don't lay it off. I'm the Democratic machine. I'm the deep state. Bring it, you dumb motherfucker. I'll show what you said over and over and over again. And I'll stand by the fact that you said they're very fine people on both sides. And that your excuse as to why you said that you included in that, doesn't help. You still thought that there were very fine white supremacist, pro-slavery, Daughters of the American Confederacy. This is just our heritage. You think that's a very fine reason in the United States of America to have a monument to the fucking Civil War losers? And not just, by the way, to somebody who, a scholar who wrote about the Civil War and was trying to, it was a big misunderstanding. It wasn't one of the philosophers that drove the South to believe in its system of economics. No, one of the warlords. Robert E. Lee was a warlord for the Confederacy.
I'm going to save Social Security.
From what? Mike Lee?
And I'm going to make it good, and we're not going to raise the...
We're going to make it good. Yeah. Because Social Security really has sucked all this time. You know what I mean? We'll make it good. It's great right now, but we'll make it good.
Age, just as I did for 4 years when many Democrats wanted me to do something about it.
Did they? What they ask you to do about it? And then they realize, oh, you don't do anything. You're just golfing all the fucking time.
And she'll go around saying, oh, Trump is going to do bad things to Social Security. No, she's going to do, because she's putting these illegal immigrants onto Social Security, onto Medicare, and she's going to destroy those programs.
Well, if they pay into it, they'd be part of a working age group that would be paying into it, and it would help shore it up, as the baby boomers retire.
People are going to have to pay, but I'm going to save them. But David...
Sorry, you're going to save who? The people that are going to pay, or you're going to save Medicare and Medicaid and Social Security, in spite of the fact that Republicans want to get rid of it?
Muir said, exactly, I quote, President Trump, as you know, this is after I made the statement that crime is at record numbers. President Trump, as you know, the FBI says overall violent crime is coming down in this country. Now, anybody that says it's coming down, when you look at all of the migrant crime and all of the other crime, and this doesn't even include most of the migrant crime.
Yeah, it does. That's why they use victim statistics, not who does it. You see, that's why we use that system, because you judge the volume of crime not based on who did it. You see, I'll give you an example and why this is hard for him to understand. Let's say a migrant sexually assaults someone. Trump says that statistic is a rape. Put that in the rape column. Donald Trump sexually assaults someone. She's a liar. That's not true. Never happened. And if it was, I wouldn't have sexually assaulted her because she's not attractive enough. That doesn't count towards the rape statistics because it's me. That's what he says. See how this works? That's why we don't use the perpetrator. We use victim statistics. Because to Donald Trump, it's only sexual assault if a brown person does it, or a poor person, I guess, which is the other version of brown in his world. And if it's somebody rich and famous, they let you do it. For for millions of years. Right? That's what he said. That's what he says. I apologize. Not says, which is how he reads it in teleprompters. Who the fuck reads says as says?
So it's up 55, 65, 75, and 85. One category is up 89%. And these numbers have just been released by...
No, they haven't.
The government.
No, they haven't. Again, if they have, it's not from the Bureau of Justice statistics, because I just looked there.
I appreciate the person that released them. I think he came to my defense, actually.
Oh, you mean the guy that, I guess, made them up?
But the people understand it.
Understand what?
In fact, he was wrong. The FBI totally fudged the numbers. And I really believe it's actually a fraud what the FBI did. It's a fraud. And it was a fraud when the...
So you want to defund the FBI, defund the police then, I guess?
When the administration, I call it the Kamala, because I don't even know who our president is anymore. Where is this guy?
He was right next to you at the 9/11 memorial, and they're negotiating. By the way, I'll tell you where he is. Show what he is, what he's actually been doing. Can I chat room? Oh, this is going to go long again, isn't it? Where is it? Boink. Where do we get this? I know I have it in here somewhere. Where is it now? Do, 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 do. Yeah. Here's what Biden's been doing. Just in case. Hey, maggots, gather round. We got some maggots in here, right? We got some trolls in here. Maggots, pss, pss, come here. Trump wants to know what Biden's been doing. What's he doing? Well, come here, I'll show you. Right here. You know these guys? Shein and Temu? China's online retailers Shein and Temu in focus as U.S. aims to plug trade loophole. The Biden administration said on Friday it was moving to curb low-value shipments entering the U.S. duty-free under the $800 de minimis threshold that has been exploited by Chinese e-commerce firms such as Shein and PDD Holdings, also known as Temu. White House officials said they will propose a new rule to deny the exemption of packages that contain low-value goods subject to Section 301 tariffs on Chinese goods, Section 232 tariffs on steel and aluminum products, and Section 201 on safeguard tariffs, products including solar products and washing machines. That's what he's doing. That's what the President of the United States is doing. That's what Joe Biden is working on right now. Just so you know. And I got to tell you, I don't think China's going to be happy about it. Because they gave him, $40,000. And I guess they expected to be treated better.
They took it away. This was an overthrow of the President of the United States.
No, he's the president right now. It's just about a candidacy. And again, the voters can judge whether or not they want to vote for Kamala Harris, and they are. And if money is any indication and enthusiasm is any indication, you're fucked, dude.
This was a coup. You got 14, think of it. You got 14 million votes, you got no votes. She was the first one that lost, and now I'm running against her.
Well, then it shouldn't be a problem. I don't know why you're bitching. Democrats must be heartbroken, and they can't wait to vote for you. Or
went in, I was 19 points up in the poll. I saw their poll. They went up after the debate with Biden. I have debates with everybody.
What? No, you don't.
But the first debate, we had two debates. We didn't have one. First, I had Biden, and he was 19 to 21 down. And that's when they went and they said, you can't win, you're going to get out. And he said, no, I'm not going to get out, which was his right to say. They said, well, if you don't get out, we're going to execute the 25th Amendment. And he said, like I said, I'm going to get out.
Yeah, again, this is a story he made up. He also said they were going to use the 24th Amendment, so they were going to institute a poll tax to get him out of office.
And he hates her beyond any. I think he hates her probably almost as much as he hates me. I think he still hates me a little bit more.
I mean, it's kind of adorable, isn't it? Yeah. Cool story, bro. You should. I would go with that. By the way, I would. If you're gonna pick one of these little talking points to go with the whole Biden actually hates her part. It's gonna work really good with the crossover voters. It's gonna work really well with your voters. It's gonna keep any of them from drifting. You're totally gonna bring in those Haley voters. That way, it's gonna work.
But he hates her. He hates her. He hates what
Does he?
She did. And when they talk about democracy. Well, that's not democracy. He had 14 million votes. She had none. And she was
It's a primary. We still get to vote. You know that, right?
the first one out of the 22 people or so that ran as a Democrat. She never made it to Iowa, first state. She never made it to Iowa. She was
Right. It was her first run ever, and the chances of anybody winning in that circumstance is pretty low. And it was clear that she was smart enough to negotiate a slot in the ticket and get out early instead of damaging the front runner the entire time. It seems kind of brilliant in retrospect. She ended up the vice president of the United States, and she's going to be president. She's smarter than you. She's younger than you. She's more capable than you. And she's far better looking on any scale. I understand why you're angry.
was the first one out, and now she's running. So you tell me how that works. They wanted to be politically
Well, I just did.
correct, that's all.
Oh, by the way, they wanted to be politically correct means they couldn't bounce her because she's black. or Indian or not black or was black or something like that. That's what he means, is that they couldn't get rid of her because she's black. That's the idea. They wanted to get rid of her too, but they couldn't because she's black.
But we're not going to let her destroy our country.
Well, I won't either, but I'm going to vote for her, and I don't think she's going to. That's the point.
In fact, the
only way the only way Kamala Harris could destroy this country is to lose to you. And I'm not going to let that happen.
David Muir character, he's lost so much respect. Everyone's talking about him. He's a joke.
Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, I know you're panicked about him, but...
And ABC News is a joke, too. But most of the fake news is pretty much of a joke.
Well, then they fit right in. I guess they're just kind of mostly jokey background noise then, fine.
He said that the FBI, and he didn't know this, I guess, at the time. He probably did. But the numbers and the cities that weren't included in those numbers were Chicago, Los Angeles, San Francisco, Oakland, New Orleans, and many others of similar crime numbers. In other words, so they didn't include...
He means cities with a lot of black people in them. But also, no, it's clear that those statistics take longer than small towns because they're big cities and there's a lot going on. That said, again, I just showed you what it really says. From a victim interview standpoint, victim impact standpoint, meaning people who are victimized, who report it to the police, don't report it to the police, all that stuff, like the entire spectrum, much broader, much bigger number than the actual crimes that are reported, crimes that are adjudicated in court, crimes that are that end in a guilty verdict, right? Which is an increasingly smaller number over time. Yes, just the victimization standards, you can tell it's gone down.
The worst crime numbers in the country. Look at those numbers. Chicago's not included. Los Angeles not included.
Yes, they are.
So they could say the numbers are flat, but they didn't include the big boys. And that's...
Hey, the big boys. Look, hey, fuckwad. If they didn't include the big boys, it wouldn't even say that the numbers are down generally. They would cadaver, because that's where most of the fucking people in the country are. It would drop off a cliff. It would be obvious to everyone. The numbers would be like bizarrely down. It wouldn't even fit if you didn't include, like, can you imagine at any point in history, whether the crime is up or down or at a static point, if you just took out the major cities and didn't count them, it would just fall off a cliff. You'd go like, oh my God, there were barely like 16 people got killed last year. Are you an idiot? Of course they factor those numbers in, stupid. If you ever took those numbers out, it would look ridiculous. It wouldn't be down overall 15%. It'd be down 80% if you took all the big cities out. Because that's where all the fucking people live.
It's a fraud on the public. And as I said, it was a fraud also, just like with the So it's 818,000 jobs that they...
Dude, they still created more jobs than you did. By a lot. By a lot.
He said existed that didn't exist.
Yeah. That was the Bureau of Labor Statistics. They rounded high because of the reports they were getting about employment and the availability of jobs and how many jobs were open but weren't being filled. And we didn't have a lot of immigrants in here. You think there's a lot more immigrants, and it turns out they aren't here. There are at least... according to him, since 107% of the jobs that were gotten since the pandemic have all been, illegal immigrants, right? That means there are 818,000 illegal immigrants that he says were in the country that don't exist.
And they thought they could hold the number off until after the election. Anytime.
Why? They reported on a certain day, stupid.
Time after November 5th, but that didn't work out because they had a whistleblower that...
They didn't have a whistleblower. The Bureau of Labor Statistics did a yearly review 6 months after the cycle came out. And for the year before, 6 months into this year, they review the last year and see from the employment data if that stands true, and then they revise them.
Release the numbers. And then you have Kamala's claim that she worked at McDonald's.
Yeah, this is, you know what? Thank God. Drill deep on this one. I think you're going to convince a lot of people that she's full of shit. Mr. Bone Spurs. Sorry, Sergeant Bone Spurs. Private Bone Spurs. You probably got bone spurs on your privates, so why not?
She never worked at McDonald's. It's a lie. They went in, they investigated it, and
No, they didn't.
the fake news won't report that. They won't report it. The only one that reported it was Fox, but the fake news won't. She never worked at McDonald's. She said she stood over those French fries when they were being fried. And
I see. That's what happens. Well, obviously she was there. She wouldn't know the secret sauce to how McDonald's makes their fries. They fry them. I didn't know that. Obviously, she's a complete professional. I mean, how do you know? You know, I thought they were microwaved. It's a way to go, dummy. You've just released one of their magnificent secrets.
it was so tough work. She never worked there. She's a liar. She's a liar.
She's a liar. She's a boy. Anyways, you were saying something about Jeffrey Epstein and Stormy Daniels. Go ahead.
But the fake news ought to report she's a liar, because that's
Really?
sounds like a little thing, but it's a big thing because it tells.
No, it's a little thing. She had a summer job at McDonald's, and they just don't have the paperwork for it because it was ages ago. Their franchises, they're not, corporate doesn't report everything. Don't care. I don't care.
They lie. They lie about everything.
Well, if she lies about everything, then maybe she isn't for defund the police. Aha! Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Maybe she was lying about that the whole time, and she's for overfunding the police. What about that? I mean, if she lies about everything, if everything is a lie, then what you just said is a lie, therefore things aren't a lie. All right.
They lie about statements on the military. Nobody loves
Oh, it means him saying suckers and losers.
the military more than me.
Nobody loves the military more than me. Yeah, sure, Private Bone Spurs.
She got up today. She said things that were just lies. She's just made up. What's bad for Trump? Oh, this would be, say something bad about the military. Oh, he said bad about the military. Just like McDonald's.
Yeah, totally. Just like McDonald's. Yeah, asshole, we have footage of you saying John McCain's not a hero because he was captured. You said on camera in front of a crowd that you don't consider POWs to be heroes. Maggots. Anybody, by the way, share the show, like and subscribe and thumbs up and all that kind of stuff that I keep forgetting to say. Patreon.com/HalSparks. Just so the maggots know we're here and my numbers go up so they have to deal with me at some point. May I, if I may, could I please, ladies and gentlemen, maggots or trolls, anybody, scoot in. Somebody explain to me how you're cool with Donald Trump saying that POWs aren't heroes. He was a hero because he got captured. I like people who weren't captured. Not a hero. He's not a hero. He's not a war hero. He got captured. That was Donald Trump. That's not whether or not somebody individually suckers and losers. He said it at different times to individuals and it showed up in a book. He said it on stage when he knew he was being filmed and being an argumentative prick. Why would it be hard for me to believe that he called our service members at different times suckers and losers and said stuff like what was in it for them if he would say POWs are not heroes on a fucking stage? How is that okay? How do you let that slide? How do you absorb that, maggots? Explain that to me. Share it with us all. Somebody step up and fucking explain what this asshole is that you find. I guess it's not even about him anymore. What you're fine with him saying, how it's okay. How's that? Please explain it to me. We'll wait. Somebody write me on Twitter at HalSparks. Write me a big diatribe about how it's totally fine that he thinks POWs aren't heroes because America. because of the fucking border and Mexicans or Haitian cat eaters, something like that. Explain yourself. Tell me how you drive by a POW flag and you're like, fuck that. Because that's what you're doing. If you have a Trump flag and you drive by one of the POW flags, you're saying fuck you to that POW flag. There is not a Trump voter. There's not a single Trump voter who thinks POWs are heroes. And if they do, I need you to explain yourself. I know, like I said, I know we got a couple of them in here. They go really fucking silent when this comes up. They go really fucking silent.
Total lie. It's the way they do it.
No, it isn't.
And her VP choice, I think, will go down as a catastrophic choice. Now, maybe.
Hey, excuse me, you sent your people to hang yours. Hey, asshole, you're on your second VP. When the fuck did that happen before? When's the last time somebody ran again with a different VP than they had when they were actually in office, if ever? Ever. And certainly not because of, I mean, I'm sure maybe somebody died or got assassinated or something, over the years. Or, Spiro Agnew went to jail, right? Yeah. Was it Nixon? Yeah. But I'm fairly certain it's the only time that you don't have them anymore because you sent your followers to fucking hang the dude.
Maybe I'll be wrong. I'll let you know on November 6th. But I can't believe that guy is an asset. They had other people that would have been. Comrade Kamala Harris and...
Really? You have to read that? You can't just say it? Why are you twitching every time you read Comrade Kamala? I'll tell you why. Because he doesn't think it's good enough. He knows it works with some group. They've sold him on calling her that. His staff has workshopped it. They like the communism angle. So Comrade Kamala is, they think it'll work with their demographic, but he hates saying it because he didn't come up with it. And so he twitches every time he does. That's why he can never get it out smoothly, because it's a minuscule little protest he makes.
The communist left have also destroyed the economy and the quality of life all across this state and all across our country.
That's right. That's why no one's golfing behind me. Nobody can afford to golf anymore. There's no golfers. It's too expensive. You can't get gas there. You can't afford the bacon and eggs that you would need to eat for breakfast to have the energy to golf. Everyone's lethargic and laying around. There's just people napping all over the green behind me because they don't have the strength to lift their clubs. They can't even afford clubs. They had to burn their 3-wood for fire, in a fire just to keep warm. Actually, the parking lot's full of really nice cars, a lot of electric cars, oddly enough.
As vice president, what she's done to our country is not even thinkable.
Well, then think about it and tell us what it is.
California has the highest inflation, the highest taxes, the highest gas prices, the most illegal aliens, the most regulations, the most expensive utilities, and
it's the 5th largest economy in the world.
Ranks as the 3rd worst state to start a business.
Yes. Yes. Who told you that? Apple or Google?
It also has the most people leaving it. I love this place. Look at this. I own this. No partners, no mortgage, no nothing. I own it. And I'm talking so badly about the state. It hurts me.
Yeah, it's terrible. It's bad for business.
To do it. I would never.
It's a public course.
Do that. It's
part owned by the state. He doesn't own it. He's the manager of it.
For the fact that I'm running for president and I want to save the country. Mm-hmm. So I'd rather sacrifice this than lie or not speak. But think of it. I'm knocking the hell out of the state of California. I'm saying how bad she was and what a bad job she's done.
Uh-huh. While people are golfing behind you on your course that you say is always busy, even now, and you don't want to sell it by saying you have the ocean and Pebble Beach has the bay, but something about it were a decline.
What a horrible Governor Newsom has been. He's been horrible. So many people leaving. And I'm hurting my own property. And that cost me lots of money.
No, mismanagement does.
But it's okay, because this is unimportant compared to saving the United States of America.
Oh, I see. So the country club's unimportant to you. I see. All right. Okay, fine.
So I do it for that reason.
Yeah, that's why. Also, because it's a perfect place to show your bald spot is expanding. I'm just saying, maybe just run the comb back through it once. Just kind of settle the hair. Maybe create more of a canopy thing, because that's a solid drift. I'm just saying that's a lot. That's a big gaping hole.
But those are the numbers, what Kamala Harris's policies will do to America. The cost of living here.
Wait, haven't they already done it to America? Didn't you just say it's already happened?
Is nearly 40% higher than the national average. And the cost of housing is 97% higher. And the national average is through the roof. And it all took place in the last 3.5 years because I had no inflation, essentially no inflation.
Also, real quick, there was more home building in that period too, because everybody built bigger houses and started staying at home. This is corresponded to a collapse in commercial real estate, which is another area where he's losing his fucking shirt, and that's part of the flip out. That's why he thinks we're a nation in decline, because he owns a bunch of commercial real estate properties and they're fucking empty right now, and he can't buy houses because he's not involved in these bigger because you actually have to have cash, green cash. You got to have actually cash to be involved in one of these like big BlackRock schemes to buy a bunch of houses, right? And he doesn't have it. You can't secondary roll it unless you're Armando Mondolongo, who fucking collapsed the 2008 crash, that crowd. But so in all these situations, that's why he's flipping out, because everybody's buying bigger houses and having these extended mortgages because they're working from home. And he, right when all this shit was happening, was investing in all these big corporate buildings, and now he's losing his fucking shirt.
And it stayed that way for 2 years. So it wasn't like, oh, gee, it was ready to pop. No, we had it done. We had it down to a science. We had no inflation. 1 point.
All right, you didn't have anything down to a science in 2020 except not believing science.
4%, which is perfect. That's better than no. That's a perfect number. If you go to the economist, they said, because you want a little bit, but you don't want much.
Okay, 2% is what they aim for. It's not 2.4%. 2% is the sweet spot. I don't know. He just makes up the fact that the 0.4% it's a little bit more. It's an enormous amount of money in comparison.
It's a perfect number. It was perfect. The country.
Well, it's 2.5 now.
It was perfect. We were drilling, we were taking it out. Now we're buying our oil from Venezuela.
No, we're not. We're producing more oil than we ever have. And we're not buying oil from Venezuela. Venezuela is using that one plant in fucking Texas. It's going out onto the market. It's not coming here.
It's not even believed.
Yes, it's not believed. You're right. That is true. One truth. Look at that. Yes, it's not even believed. No one believes you. True. You're talking out of your ass. Nobody believes this because it's a lie.
It's interesting. They give him billions of dollars now. Maduro, the dictator. I call him the owner of Venezuela.
Do you now?
They give him billions and billions of dollars, but then they foreclose on his plane. They take away an old junky plane. It's not a good plane. They take away an old junky plane. And I said, well, it's okay. He'll buy a much better one. We give him, think of it, a country takes away his airplane, but pays him billions of dollars for their oil, which is the worst.
We don't buy their oil. What the ever-loving fuck are you talking about? He sells it on the open market. We relieved sanctions on him to a limited extent so they could add more oil to the world supply to keep the amount measurable, because the amount of oil that Russia was producing has been taken out of the circulation, out of the regular market. So to add to the regular market, we allowed a couple of other countries that were lower on the scale of the necessity of sanctions to produce oil again or sell a certain amount of it out on the market. That's where it came from. They're already behind Venezuela's fucked. They need somewhere in the order of like $16 billion just to equalize. Good Lord.
Worst oil on the planet. It's tar. And it has to be refined. There's only one plant in the entire world that can refine that junk. And you know where it's located? In Houston.
In Houston, Texas. Right. So that So you're telling me there's a company in Texas that needs Venezuelan oil, or it can't, or it doesn't have a job, it doesn't have anything to process. Why do you think this is a dunk?
Houston, Texas, for the environmentalists. So Houston, Texas is refining tar, and that stuff is going up into the air. It's the only place in the whole world that can refine that very bad stuff.
Also, not true. It's just weird. Like, it's just blatantly, obviously not true. It's silly.
The state is rapidly going busted with a record $68 billion budget deficit last year. $68 billion deficit for a state. And the government...
Yeah. It's the fifth largest economy in the world, or sixth, I think, right now. Sixth largest economy in the world, because Japan is going through a correction, and it's improving slightly.
Government is so incompetent that it costs $1.7 million to install a single public toilet in San Francisco.
No, it doesn't. The installation is not the cost. It's safety and zoning and all the other stuff around that, because it will be used by the public, and they have to set up a system wherein people can't sleep in it or use it as a house, or there's all sorts of legal stuff. So there's a lot of, because it's a government thing, if a private industry did that, they would still have the same problem.
They built a toilet for $1.7 million.
No, they didn't. The toilet itself was, I'm going to guess, probably about somewhere between $800 and $1,000, depending on the fact, because it's metal.
And it's not even nice. I saw pictures of it. I built this whole thing for
It's not meant to be nice. It's meant to be for the public.
less than that.
No, you didn't. Wait, you didn't build the clubhouse at this fucking place that already existed for $1.7 million. Do you hear that shit? Hold on. Wait.
$1.7 million. And it's not even nice. I saw pictures of it. I built this whole thing for less than that.
That's not true. Again, I'm sure the remodel on that costs a lot less, but he didn't build the fucking thing.
Unsurprisingly, more Americans are now leaving California than any other state in the union, and over 500 companies have left since 2020. It hurts me to say it. Look, I have this unbelievably valuable asset, and here I am knocking the hell. I'm sitting here thinking, and I know this, I've known it for every time I speak badly of New York. We have a very bad attorney general there. She's a...
Jesus Christ, dude, you can't help yourself. It's not going to affect shit. You can knock the fuck out of California. All you're doing is making Californians less likely to come to your fucking property until you have to sell it for less than you paid for it, and then you'll write it off and pretend it was a loss and it wasn't your fault, and somebody else will buy it, and it'll suddenly get all nice.
Political hack who got elected saying, I will get Trump, I will get Trump, I will get him, Letitia James.
Right, like when Rudy Giuliani was running, and he said, "I will get the mob." Kind of similar, don't you think?
And they had a phony case where they value a house that's worth $1 billion to $1.5 billion.
Mar-a-Lago is not worth $1 billion to $1.5 billion.
At $18 million, the judge was corrupt, and she's corrupt, very corrupt person. It's a political hack. And then we have the other cases that they're all headed up by the White House.
So
they sent their people in, one person in particular, but they sent their people in to head up the cases in the state. They sent their people in from the DOJ in Washington.
I'm so glad he can kind of stay on topic, aren't you? There was something, I think he was saying something about knocking the hell out of California, and he hates to do it because he has property there and it will cost him money or something. And then one idea about, then Letitia James just popped into his fucking empty melon and just started like moving her furniture in.
Officials to go to Letitia James, work there, get that started, and then go to the DA in Manhattan. But I think the appellate courts are going to see what's happening. I really do. I believe in that. But it's
Is that on the paper? That's on the paper? Jesus Christ. Can you get on with this shit? I think he takes questions. Can we at least get to that fucking part?
hurting New York because businesses are moving out of New York because of it. They used a consumer fraud statute.
I gotta say, the fishing boat, the like leisure boat going by in the background, there's just obviously a pleasure boat, just somebody out there fishing and doing some shit, is kind of nice. It's a great contrast. You know what I mean? It's like the only thing that could make it better is if they like tilted down and there's literally like families playing with a ball. You know what I mean? Like just got people golfing and laughing. We're a country in decline. It's not even believable.
Which has never been used before for this, to get me in New York. And I had no jury. You can't have a jury. You're not entitled to a jury. Nobody's ever seen anything like it.
Your idiot attorney didn't check the box that you wanted a jury, stupid. You could have had a jury, but you're a fuck up.
But I feel sure that the appellate courts will come in and defend, because otherwise
Yeah, no.
our country is finished. Thing like that can happen.
Well, your country club is finished. I mean, maybe that's what you mean.
And no company wants to move into New York because of it. Very, very bad for New York.
Yeah, I've heard. I've been to New York lately, and people were going to bed early. Apparently, they stopped being the city that never sleeps, and everybody's just kind of sleeping through the day. It's depression, really, I think is what it is, low-grade depression.
In the face of this crisis, the Kamala Harris Democrats in Sacramento, they're in Sacramento and all over the place, just passed a bill that I think the governor's rejecting. I hope he rejects, but I think he was given a lot of pressure. $150,000 home loans for only illegal aliens. But the fact that it even passed, I would imagine he'd reject it if he hasn't.
All right, this is frozen. That's frozen on their side, by the way. This is the high quality internet available to you if you go to the Trump asshole golf course in Los Angeles.
And already done so. They also passed a law that allows state authorities to take children from their parents if they don't, quote, affirm their child's gender identity. When Kamala Harris said the values that she has have never changed, I really think that was probably the only true statement that she made. They've stayed true, and you look at what they are. They're the same as what they were 5 years ago, 10 years ago. They want to confiscate your guns. They want to take you.
Yeah, the confiscation of the guns would be a tactic. The values would be human life, not wanting people to be shot, wanting to fight for, so that innocent people don't get killed. Right? That would be the value part. I understand you don't have any, so the word is probably very alien to you.
Your guns away. They're going to take your guns away.
Are they? Yeah. Well, if you have machine guns, sure. If you have, more like they're going to take your magazines away, because I think it's going to be, a limit on, magazines that can have 30 plus, 20 plus rounds, more than likely.
If I'm not elected, anybody that owns a gun, if you vote for them, you're crazy.
Yeah, a lot of people own guns who are going to vote for them. I own guns. I'm going to vote for her. I don't want machine guns, and I don't want machine guns on the street. And I want people, if they do decide to snap and open fire on in a mall or a school or some shit, to have to reload in a reasonable amount of time. It's not too much to ask. And by the way, if you live in a city, or even if you live out in the woods, and you can't hit what you're shooting at in less than 10 shots, you shouldn't be firing your gun anywhere. Go back to the range, motherfucker.
Jewish person that votes for Kamala.
He's just going to go through the list of people. Like, let me try. If you're black who said you were Indian and you vote for Kamala.
Is crazy. She wouldn't go to see the Prime Minister of Israel.
She literally met with him. And also, is this... Yeah, it's just... Yep, frozen.
In Congress, think of that. Because she had a sorority party, which she considered to be more important.
It was, by the way. It was. She met with him in person. The right wing of the House had him come and give a speech. She met with him earlier. They had a one-on-one meeting, and then she had a press conference afterwards to say what they talked about and the issues that she had, and then she went and did vice president shit instead of hanging around pretending like Mike Johnson is the fucking president.
Big deal when a prime minister comes to Congress and speaks, and she doesn't want to go because she's at a sorority party. But that wasn't really the reason. The really reason is that she hates Israel. And I
Or Netanyahu. I think that's what stood out to most people, is that she doesn't hate Israel because she came out in support of Israel, and she said repeatedly she supports Israel, but she didn't show up for Netanyahu because Netanyahu is not Israel. Israel is not Netanyahu. In the same way that you're not America. This might come as a shock to you.
I say that Israel will not exist in 2 years from now if she's elected president. And she'll be
Why? Because her husband's Jewish and he's got designs on the joint?
very happy if that happened. Israel will not mark me down. You know, they have a hat, and I didn't put it. They say, you know, Trump was right.
They have a hat and I didn't put it. Just genius. Just, the best words. Just not always in the best order.
About everything. I've been right about everything.
No, you haven't. I'll give you, just real quick. POWs are heroes, and you lost the election. How about those? Oh, and I don't give a fuck if you're a star. If you grab my girlfriend by the pussy, I'm knocking you the fuck out. See how that works? How about those? Just for starters. Also, your golf course, you didn't design it. Somebody else did. You hired somebody to do it, and you went, okay, but you didn't design it. How about that?
So I end on that, and I just
Thank God.
want to say that I'm going to hopefully be elected. Polls have gone way up since the debate.
No, they haven't.
I'm going to be reelected and come in for a second time. We did, as I said, much better the second time than we did the first, but some bad things happened. But we're doing it now, and more importantly, I'm looking to the future. We're going to make our country bigger, better, greater than ever before. We're going to
so you're thinking kind of like a build back better kind of a thing?
turn it around. We're going to get rid of the criminals that have been allowed to come into our country and prey
Oh, you mean like Manafort and Stephen Miller and...
upon our citizens, their children. We're going to get them out.
Gonna get them out. Gonna take them out. If they're American ones, we'll leave them here and I'll hire them in my campaign. But if they're foreigners, we can't have foreigners coming in here and sexually assaulting our women. That's my fucking job.
And it's an honor that you're here. If you'd like to take some questions.
Yeah, you have questions for them? If you'd like to take some questions? You mean, if you'd like, I'll take some questions. That's, I think, the sentence you were trying to get out of your fucking weird circus peanut face.
No?
Also,
Take some.
nice fucking feed. This is frozen, by the way. This is his site. So when it freezes like this and there's audio but no video, that ain't me. That's his site. Like, and I'll show you. Like, I'll jump back. There you go. Now he's moving. Watch this. It'll freeze up in the same spot.
Their children. We're going to get them out.
There you
And
go.
it's an honor that you're here. If you'd like to take some questions.
If you'd like to take some questions, they're the reporters. You're the... Okay, see the mic in front of you? Never mind.
No?
Oh, this is genius too, by the way. His feed, like other feeds of this, I think they probably had a mic for the people asking the question. But for this, they just have a mic on him and a bunch of fucking rando electronic noise from the gear. And yeah. So we don't even get to hear the question.
No, excuse me. Most of my Republican allies had said I was great in the debate.
Okay, so this is the part where they said a lot of your allies have said you lost or what have you, and this is where I think Fox Cutaway are bitched about this.
You're just like...
You know what? Fuck this. I'm gonna hold on one second. Since we're getting to this part of it, I would like to, if I may, let's see, Trump, Los Angeles today, something like that. Whatever. Let's see, 6 hours ago. See if this is the same shit. Yeah.
Very significant heights. Today it's at the highest level it's ever been.
Okay,
Nobody
here we go.
knew that. They were secretly flying in hundreds of thousands of
Okay, yeah.
states. Will do that. Where are you from?
Hold on.
5 at $18 million. The judge was corrupt.
Okay, so this
She's
is
corrupt. Very corrupt person.
how can I will say this that the like his own channel they were closer and a slightly better angle on him or whatever, even though it really does show an unflattering top of his head in that regard. But the further you go back, he's got his arms to his sides this whole time, and they're just kind of, when he's not touching the podium, they're just kind of dangling awkwardly like a fifth grader giving a school book report, just like, I don't like it, and I don't want to be here, and I didn't read the book anyways, and my mom wrote this, and it's stupid, and you're stupid, and I want to go home, and I just peed. So, same shit. Okay, so.
And I didn't put it. They say, Trump was right about everything. I've been right about second time. We did, as I said, much help that have been allowed to come into our country and pray up.
Okay,
here,
so
if you'd like to take some questions.
if you'd like to take some questions, so here we go. This is actually a better angle. We don't have to look at him as closely, so it's kind of fine. So here we go. And by the way, like, subscribe, give a thumbs up, support the show. It's Hal Sparks Mega Worldwide, the greatest live stream in the history of live streams. This is the Q&A part of Donald Trump's little blather at his club in Los Angeles that he came there, I guess, to draw attention to so that the state would fix the land issues around him so that he could live off the tit of the government like he has for years anyways. Okay, so here he asks questions of whomever's in the 8 reporters that are there, largely from Fox and Newsmax.
No.
Questions. On the debate, first of all, I know you've said that you will not do another debate. Some of your own Republican allies have come out and said that you missed the mark. That you missed
No, excuse me. Most of my Republican allies.
You can't even let her finish the question. No. I did. Most of my Republican allies. Well, yeah, that would make them your allies. I think she was being nice. I think she just means other people who maybe previously voted for you and that any normal person would consider an ally, not sycophants. Maybe that's the confusing part.
That said I was great in the debate.
Mm-hmm.
You're just like, a lot of other people at Fox. Well, why don't you say 94% of the Republicans said I did phenomenally in the debate. Some said that I could have been tougher. I don't know how I could have been tougher when I said he's the worst president and she is the worst vice president.
I don't know. I think that you could be tougher than that, right? You could be more personal, more specific. Just saying somebody sucks. I don't know. I mean, I get that it's an insult, but I don't think it's the highest level of stuff or whatever. Anyways, you were farting?
In the history of our country, 94% of the Republicans, and the only one that wouldn't, maybe a Mitt Romney or somebody like that. But we've gotten great praise for the debate, and based on the polls, like Rasmussen being up 6 today, the first poll.
Yeah. Totally buy it, by the way. Absolutely. You know what? You should rely on that. You should talk about how you're 6 points ahead all the way up to the election.
Out based on the polls, obviously, I did well in the debate. Also, based on the debate polls, where I sometimes had, in one case, 92% win. So,
Yes, on a Twitter poll by Cat Turd or somebody.
Look, you come from Fox. You shouldn't play the same game as everybody else.
Yeah, you're supposed to kiss my ass.
Go ahead.
Look at that. He doesn't even want to hear from Fox News. Like, what do you say to... And by the way, can I just say, only a weakling can't respond to this. You know what I mean? Only a weakling couldn't go, I know, I understand that people will say that. That's the thing about a debate. It's, it's like, 4 blind men trying to describe an elephant. We've heard this before. A lot of people will see what they want to see. But I feel like I did what I needed to do. I feel like we pushed back on this, and this. And I feel like the American people know what I stand for. And increasingly, they're going to go that way. And I'm fine with another debate because if I need to make it clearer, I have no problem trying to do that. Next question. Like, see how easy that is. If... you're not an asshole. Well, that's not fair because I'm kind of an asshole, but like the fun kind. If you're not an egomaniac, well, actually, that's the truth. I'm a bit of an egomaniac, but genuine, like egomaniac, not the fake, like low self-esteem asshole, pretending to be an egomaniac. He pretends to be a narcissist when in reality he hates his own fucking reflection. I'm just saying.
Your Republican colleagues or your allies who are concerned about your close relationship with Laura Loomer.
Well, I don't.
It's like, what do you... And by the way, everybody says, what about your close allies who are saying this? You know what that is? You know what that is? That's the second person that said your close allies. Now, it might just be, word skip where everybody's kind of talking in the same terms. But it sounds like Fox and Newsmax and RSBN and fucking people from his own campaign posing as reporters are sitting there going, you better, your allies are saying, don't hang out with her. We told you on the plane, but you wouldn't listen. So how about we do it here? And then maybe you'll avoid her if we pick on you for her. You'll broom her if we embarrass you in front of people, which is how they've handled him before. Go ask Sean Hannity, who had this audience of one shows for a long time, trying to corral Trump back onto the path.
I don't know what they would say. Laura's been a supporter of mine, just like a lot of people.
Yes, a lot of people. She supports a lot of people. She supports him. She supports Nick Fuentes. She supports Assad.
People are supporters, and she's been a supporter of mine. She speaks very positively of the campaign. I'm not sure why you asked that question, but Laura is a supporter.
I think it's because of the whole Nick Fuentes thing, and I think the whole that she's basically a QAnon. I mean, she's nuts. I don't know. Anyway, she does this trick where she can unhinge her jaw. I'm sure that's why you like her.
Sure. I don't control Laura. Laura has to say what she wants. She's a free spirit. Well,
she is. That's great. Okay, they're fucking. They're fucking. There's no way you don't say, I don't control her. She's a free spirit. You're fucking. She's a free spirit means she walks around naked on the plane. That's what you mean. That's what that is. It's gross, but that's what he's talking about. That's what that is. She's a free spirit. Fuck off. She walks around naked on the plane. She flashes her crotch at him. That's what happens. She's a free spirit. She's a libertine.
Well, I don't know. I mean, look, I can't tell Laura what to do. Laura's a
I can't tell her what to do. She's the blowjob expert.
Supporter. I have a lot of supporters.
Yeah, not all of them fly on your plane though, and not all of them hang out with Nick Fuentes and toast to the demise of the conservative movement. Just saying.
But I don't know what exactly you're referring to.
Well, maybe you should. If you don't know exactly what they're referring to, and it comes up more than once, maybe you should. I don't know. Perhaps you should look into it. If it's a thing, it's a thing.
That's okay.
That's okay. I don't. Look, when we play this game where I throw an M&M on the ground and she looks down and tries to find it, pretending we both don't know she has no underwear on. That's all you need to know.
Please. I just don't know. Laura's a supporter. I don't know. She's
a supporter. Mm-hmm. An athletic supporter.
She is a strong person. She's got strong opinions, and
she's got a strong gag reflex. I can go all night. I'm just telling you, this is clearly what's up.
I don't know what she said, but that's not up to me. She's a supporter. Please.
Traveling with you on your plane.
Okay, a lot of people do. It's a very big plane.
Yeah, a lot of people fly on the plane. I don't know everybody who flies the plane. I'm a former president with a Secret Service detail. I don't know, there are people all over this fucking plane. We don't check. Some people catch a ride. You know what I mean? It's like that. It's been that way. I used to call my friend Jeff. He had a plane, and I'd fly on his plane. He'd fly on mine. Sometimes he'd fly me down to his. Oh fuck.
Made racist remarks about your opponent. She also espoused conspiracy theories about 9/11. Do you disavow those remarks?
She didn't espouse conspiracy theories about 9/11. She said 9/11 was an inside job. That's not espousing conspiracy theories. She said, ask him. Fucking ask him. She's the lady who flies in your plane. The chick who looks like Jigsaw from the Saw movies. Yeah, Super Cheeks. Yeah. She says 9/11's an inside job. What say you, dum-dum? That's, why is nobody inviting me to these things? Why am I not, come on. How do I get a press pass? Somebody help me out. Brian Karam, help me out. How do I get a press pass for one of these fucking things? How do I do it? We got to make it happen. I'll bring my own little microphone and put like American flag on it or some shit, so that he thinks I'm a friendly up until the questions start rolling, right?
Marks.
Well, I have to see what the remarks are. You're telling me.
That's right. See that? That's why you don't say it. You don't say espouse conspiracy theories. You go, she said 9/11 was an inside job. It's pretty easy. It's not even complicated. There's a bunch of complicated 9/11 conspiracies. That ain't one of them.
For the first time, we're here discussing the destruction of San Francisco and California by
Yeah, but Laura Loomer probably thinks that's an inside job too.
a person that's running for president. So I don't even know what you're talking about.
It's a woman on your okay. Laura Loomer is the weird creepy chick with the black hair who's been blowing you. I know she's what you call her, like dark haired Marge, I think sometimes. She hangs out with Nick Fuentes, the guy who had brunch with you and Kanye West, who is an avowed white supremacist. They hang. Did somebody just ask if I'm wearing shoulder pads? Thanks very much. That's very sweet. No, I am not. That's very sweet. I'm wearing a t-shirt. He's wearing shoulder pads. Oh, okay. All right. I thought you meant me.
I do know that she may have.
And yes, he is, by the way. Yes, I'm not wearing shoulder pads. Donald Trump is wearing shoulder pads. You can tell by the crease on the top of the sleeve right there. See that? Look on the other side, too. That's how you know. There's a crease on the top of the sleeve. That's when you know they are poorly tailored, also. Because for the record, if you're rich, like genuinely rich, not bullshit rich, you can get your suits tailored in such a way that you have shoulder pads, but they are cut to the actual, to the edge of your shoulder, like that. And therefore, it is relatively imperceptible, and there's a soft taper on it, so you can't really tell, but it just looks like you're a little bit fuller. But instead of this it just looks like he still has the coat hanger in it, right? Like Tom Cotton, same thing. Tom Cotton looks like he's wearing a suit with the coat hanger still in it. Same shit.
I've said something based on what you're telling me, but I don't know what she said. But I'll go take a look, and I'll put out a statement later on. But I really don't know. Please.
Yeah, you'll put out a statement. She'll just put out. I'm sorry. How do you not? It's gross.
President, Springfield, Ohio is experiencing a migrant crisis. Will you
Yes.
use an event there to show the media what's actually happening? Maybe a
Oh, did you hear that one? I think that's what's her name? That sounds like Chanel Rion. Springfield, Ohio is experiencing a migrant crisis. Will you go to show America what's up there, or something along those lines?
Experiencing a migrant crisis. Will you
Yes.
use an event there to show the media what's actually happening? Maybe a
Yeah. Will you do an event there to show the media what's actually happening?
town hall?
Well, we could, and maybe we'll do that. Where are you from?
As we're from, we'll do that. Maybe we should. There's not enough people in that town to fill an actual like high school auditorium, and I'm afraid some Haitians might show up. So probably not.
That's good. Very good.
Hold on. Did they
We
block her
could,
out?
and maybe we'll do that. Where are you from? That's good. Very.
Isn't that weird? I could hear her the rest of the time. I mean, maybe they just switched to his mic and they turn off the crowd mic. And they didn't turn it back fast enough. But I think that's RAV.
Good. They're doing a very good job. Yeah, that's very good. No, I will. Maybe Springfield, maybe Aurora, maybe both. We'll go there. I can say this. We will do large.
Yeah, do that. Yeah, go do one in Aurora. Yeah, go to these places where you said this shit is going down. Go there in person. Walk around. Do a site visit. Why not?
Deportations from Springfield, Ohio. Large deportations. We're going to get these people out. We're bringing them back to Venezuela. You know, he told Biden he's not accepting anybody back. They moved all their criminals, not all of them, but the rest are moving in now. They emptied their jails in Venezuela.
Not all of them. What are they waiting for?
Emptied their criminals, emptied the nests. They call them.
They emptied their criminals? So they just, evacuate their bowels? I guess that makes them lighter when you fly them in.
Nests of bad people. They're all now in the United States, and they're now taking over cities. It's like an invasion from within.
Yeah, it's exactly like that. I mean, it hasn't happened yet, but it's gonna. Yeah, the Haitians from Venezuela are the worst. Yeah. Cat-eating Haitians from Venezuela. Yeah. They're clearly scary.
And we're going to have the largest deportation in the history of our country, and we're going to start with Springfield and Aurora. Okay?
Really? That's where you're going to start? You wouldn't start in the big cities? I guess not. It's in those little towns. It's easier for people to go, they're not from around here. They look the wrong color.
The mayor of Springfield, Ohio, the police chief, the Republican governor of Ohio have all debunked this story about people eating pets. And now there are bomb threats at schools and kids being evacuated. Why do you still spread this false story?
The real threat is what's happening at our border. Because you have thousands of people.
Yeah, Ohio's not on the border, fuckwad. And again, what do you mean the real threat? What do you mean the real threat? So if somebody gets shot in Indiana and they feel, I felt threatened and then I felt a bullet go through me. No. The real threat is the border, and the real piece of metal that goes through you is a piece of the wall that wasn't put up that had a wire for electronics in it.
People being killed by illegal migrants coming in and also dying. You have women dying.
Wait a minute. People who get killed are dying? What? When did this happen? Has that been true for a while now? People who get killed die? Quit it. I'm going to need citation needed.
As they come up, they're coming up in large groups. We call it a caravan. I think I came up with that name, but it's really...
You didn't. Sorry. So the people are dying before they get here. So I'm sorry. So are we being invaded by ghosts?
What it is, 10,000, 15,000, 20,000 people.
Probably 70 million, 70 bazillion.
And you have large numbers of women being killed in those caravans coming up.
Oh, so it's probably a good thing that Harris was trying to deal with it at the country of origin level instead of just wait until they get to the border to solve it. So being a border czar isn't really helpful anyways, and you want to stop the caravans before they start because that's where a lot of the death and danger comes from. And so what would you do for these women that are killed or the ones that are making it? Do you reject them at the border even if maybe they're seeking asylum from that very kind of violence? And your answer to those ladies is fuck you. That's what I thought. Okay.
To this country. And then when they get here...
The dead women?
They can go into the country and The
dead women. A lot of them are getting killed on their way up here, and then they come into the country. We are being invaded by dead Guatemalan women.
They end up being sex slaves and everything.
Dead sex slaves. Real quick. Back up.
15,000, 20,000 people. And you have large numbers of women being killed in those caravans coming up to this country. And then when they get here...
The dead women.
They can go into the country and they end up being sex slaves and everything else.
Everything else. Well, I've never known... Say what you will about dead Guatemalan women, but they're nothing if not resilient. Jesus Christ. Yeah, that's... I mean... Look, why is it my job to clean up what he's saying? This motherfucker just intimated, if I may, that dead women are invading the country and becoming sex slaves. Which, by the way, may or may not show up in my Pornhub search results sometime in the near future. Forgive me if it does. I'm just checking.
Those are your real problems, not the problem that you're talking about.
Yes, I would consider that a real problem, that ghosts of Guatemalan women who were killed, I guess, on some sort of caravan trail on their way up here are haunting sex addicts. I don't know how it works. I don't know how it works. I don't know what I'm going to help me. Audience, help. Chat room. Help me. I don't know what's going on. Help. Explain it to me. It's super crazy. It's super loco cuckoo. I don't know even how to, some of it, I can make it make sense even if it can't, but I can't. I don't know what happened. I can't do it. I'm trying. But he just said dead women are invading the country and becoming sex slaves. Now, granted, every woman that's ever had sex with him clearly, at the time, certainly felt, what's the phrase, dead inside. But I don't know if that's exactly what the hell is shit, fuck, shit, puss, ah! It's so dumb.
Yeah, okay.
People are still trying. Wait a minute. I'm sure somebody went, wait a minute. Sorry, dead women or who's fucking ghosts?
Quick question. So you just said that you'll carry out the largest mass deportation of illegal immigrants. Who are you going to call? Sorry.
Sorry. Dun, 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 dun. Sorry. I'm sorry. Sorry. Oh, God. Oh, God. I don't know how you... ghost deporters. Ghost deporters. Dun, 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 dun. Who you gonna call? Ghost deporters. Dun, dun, dun. Oh, God. Okay. Oh, shit. I'm all right. Oh, God damn it. I'm fine. How am I supposed to start it again? How? What am I supposed to do? Oh, God, if she'd only said who you gonna call, God damn it. I'd be dead right now. I would have to be ghost deported. I would just keel over. Oh, sorry. And by the way, he looks fabulous. I would just like to say, I'm all right. Oh, God.
going to have, for example, Governor Gavin Newsom or officials in sanctuary cities comply with that?
Well, if you go to the people of California, they don't want to have sanctuary cities anymore. Mm-hmm. They're tired of sanctuary cities. Sanctuary cities are really blocks that protect bad people from
blocks that protect bad people. Cool.
Deportation and other problems.
Yeah, they don't apply to violent crime.
And they're going to do it. And our federal government has tremendous power. But we're not going to let states even like...
I have total immunity. I can just kill the governor and take over his state and tear up the Constitution and wipe my ass with it. Supreme Court said so. Eat shit. Bye-bye. Bum-bum-bum-bum-bum-bum.
California, even though I know it's largely a sanctuary state, essentially. But we're not going to let that happen to the people of California. They want these people out. They're just as scared as everybody else. The people of Ohio are scared. The people of Colorado, you have a governor there who's very weak. He doesn't know what to do. And he doesn't want to...
He kind of does know what to do. He came out and made a statement and said, fuck you.
Talk about it. A lot of it, as per your question, they don't want to talk about what's happening. They say it's so bad for the city. Let's not go public. Let's live with it for a little while. Maybe it'll go away. It's not going to go away. It's going to get worse. It's going.
Yeah, I can tell. By the way, can I just say, the golf course behind him looks like shit? Does like that's the green on one area? Does he have to go around the side of it? What is this? Is this miniature golf?
Going to get so bad. You know what we're expecting?
Yeah, it's gonna get. So it's obviously not gonna get. It's not bad yet, but it's totally going to. Just wait. It'll get bad once he's in office or another Republican. That guaranteed. Just a matter of time.
Experiencing now is they're just getting settled in.
It's yeah. The thing about MS-13 is they love cutting people to pieces. They love chopping people up. They love killing people. It's like breathing to them. But they got to ease into it. You know what I mean? You got to have a sit-down breakfast. You got to read the paper, have your morning, have a cup of coffee, get your bowels moving, take a walk. You know what I mean? Pick out a coffee shop and a dry cleaners. You're going to have a lot of stains. And you'll you'll eventually get around to the killing. But we're just settling in right now. Real quick, what happens if they settle in so much they stop killing? What if they settle in so much that they're like, actually, maybe I could just have a career?
These 21 million people that have come in, they're just getting...
These 21 million people? You think so? These 21?
They're just getting settled in. These 21 million people that have come in.
Yeah, they just getting settled in, man.
And they're just getting settled in. It's going to get much worse. It's going to get...
Yeah. As soon as the gang members and the murderers and as soon as the people who have been released from insane asylums, once they get up and they get settled in and they finish their mojito, they're going to go back to being crazy. They put the crazy on pause so they can, because IKEA is having a sale.
Get worse at a level like nobody's ever seen before. Go ahead.
I thought they already had. I mean, if they're not going to now, honestly, Biden has effectively said, since he's not running again, this is his last term, he's effectively a lame duck in that respect. Why? I mean, how much time does he have left to destroy the country? I mean, I thought that's what he was going to do. You said he was going to do it. Now he's got to wait for Kamala to do it. Why would he leave that if they're both supposed to destroy the country? Why wouldn't he just leave the whole place in ashes so she can start the next project? Right? Building it into a commie utopia out of ash or something.
Follow-up question regarding the economy. We're seeing more and more companies they're shipping their jobs overseas, but even for
we're seeing more companies shipping their jobs overseas. No, you're not.
White-collar jobs.
Right.
They're shipping white-collar jobs overseas. Honey, darling, sweetheart, those are called multinational corporations. They have white-collar jobs all over the place, and oftentimes they will have Americans doing those jobs, and they'll have those people move over and run those companies in other countries to start with. Now, what the ever-loving fuck are you talking about?
Having problems with that, we've been seeing mass layouts. How would you prevent these white-collar jobs from being...
Yes, how do you stop white-collar jobs from being shipped overseas? That's the problem with, impoverished third world nations, is they're taking all of our white-collar jobs. I'm sorry, who is this lunatic?
By lowering taxes and regulations. And what they're doing is they're seeing that every time it looks like Kamala's doing well, companies want to leave.
I see. All right. That's the idea that they're going with the whole stock market went down because, let me see this. Hold on. I want to look at something real quick, if I may. Chat room. Let's see. Trump meme star. There we go. And also the DJI. Okay, so if I may, this is the Dow Jones Industrial Average today, 41,393 kids. Yeah, she won the by all measure, by everybody talking about it, he embarrassed himself, took the bait, blah blah blah. They're talking about, and she won the debate, and the stock market is up 297 points, about 0.72%. Trump stock, because it's sort of with everything else in the day, had a buy-in at 1628, which topped out at 20, and then immediately dropped down to 1784, and then ended up at 1801 before it barreled out at 1797. And overnight, it's continued to drift downward because there's a lot of after-hour trading on it. And again, let's see, where's our summary? 1 day, 9 days. Yeah, there's 5 days. Looking good, man. Looking real good. The Dow, Trump stock. The Dow, Trump stock. Cool. Oh, wait. Let's see. To be fair, let me do this. Was it 5 days? Yeah, there we go. The Dow, Trump stock. 5 days each. Same 5 days. I'm being 1-to-1. I'm being fair, right? The Dow, Trump stock. The Dow, Trump stock. See anything different about these? Sorry, I got to bring that up. The Dow, Trump stock. There we go. Anything strike you as being what's the main difference between these two things, you think, that you see? All right, anyways, back to this.
Stock markets go down. The stock market, there's a great gentleman, Scott Bessent, who is one of the top Wall Street
Scott Bessent?
people. He said the market's only up because they all think that Trump is going to get elected.
No. Nobody buys in on companies like NVIDIA because they think next January you might implement a policy that by next summer will affect the economy.
We had a great stock market. Even with COVID, we ended up handing over a market that was higher than previous to COVID or the China virus coming in.
Well, let's take a look. Here's 5 days. What about 5 years? Here's 2019. Here's 2020. About there, right? 20. This is December 2020 right here. Here's the end of it. 26,501. That's where Trump left. Okay. Cool. Little dip right there. End of the year. And then we'll give them all the, here's what I'll do. I would say, there's March. Little struggle back here, a little struggle back here. Let's go to the election, since you're going to talk about how the election is when people make their decision. So let's say they call it for Biden on the 13th, where it's going up because it looks like Biden's winning. And then right from there, 29, we go currently, we're at, I can't grab this in far, whatever. It's 41. 533 was the top for the day. 41,585 is the 52-week range. It's gone up almost 10. Almost 10,000 in just a year. Yeah, 32, 417, and it's 41,393 right now. Just saying. I mean. Maybe they're setting it up for the crash. Maybe that's what it is. You see, those commies are so fucking tricky, man. What they want to do is, the bigger they are, the harder they fall. So they're trying to raise the stock market up and get everybody in a home, make sure everybody's got jobs, all that kind of stuff, so that when they pull the rug out, it's spectacular. You know what I mean? I think that's what that makes sense.
No, we are going to make sure that the taxes are going to stay where they are and or come down, ideally come down. Both
stay where they are or come down. Which taxes would those be?
For the middle class and for corporations, because corporations put the people to work. We had the best numbers in the history of our country, by far.
No, you didn't.
Not even close.
Yeah, very close, actually. Almost identical to Obama's numbers.
And there are companies leaving because they cannot stand what's happening right now to our country.
You mean the regulations where they're not allowed to pollute rivers and streams or something?
And one of the reasons I'm doing this today is to let them know you're not going to have to leave because we're going to take care of the problem. They have a tremendous crime problem. Like if you're in Los Angeles, look at the crime numbers. And then you have the FBI lying about the numbers,
Yeah, crime is down in Los Angeles.
saying the numbers went down. But
They've always been up because it's a crazy city. They've always been higher. I mean, obviously they're not kind of Bakersfield numbers, but they've always been, it's Hollywood, baby. It's Chinatown, Jake. See what I'm saying?
but anybody with common sense know the numbers are through the roof. I didn't.
Okay, hold on. What he calls common sense, I would like to remind you, is called. Look at this. Hold on, if I may. Oh, thanks somebody for the Cash App. That was lovely, and yeah, thank you so much. Well, here, I want to find this real quick, if I may. I know we're getting long, but I love you guys, and you're sticking around. You're okay, right? Everybody all right? You having a good night? I hope so. We got radio in the morning, and I adore you guys. But I gotta, here we go. Let's see. Let's see. Hold on. Let's go with GDP growth. Let's see. 25, 3%. Third quarter, second quarter is 1.4%. Current release. Let's see. I'm trying to find the. I want the entire time. I don't want to just. Because here's. Look. Shit. Go back here. What's wrong with you? So here's the GDP growth, by the way. Just show you this real quick. Real GDP percentage change from preceding quarter. All in the up. Even when it's down from the previous, it's still up in general. It's up less in some cases, but it's always up. Just saying. And it was all through 2021 and 2020. Like 2021, the beginning of it was the dip in the first quarter, 2 quarters or whatever. And then after that, ever since the policies of the Biden administration have been in place, they've been doing more of this increasingly. So I want to do the... Here we go. Data table, frequency, yearly adjustment, change, see, yearly, quarterly. Let's see. Give me a chart, you assholes. State by state. All right. I'll have to find... I'm going to find that whole... that like a singular chart. I'll make one using ChatGPT. No, I'll figure it out. Because I don't want to have to go through was effectively this, like each state's GDP, which, if you'll notice, let's just go with Texas. 2016, let's go 2017 to 2020, 1.6 trillion, 1.8 trillion, 1.8 trillion, 1.7 trillion. Then you get, that's 2020. Then you get to 2021, 2 trillion. 2022, 2.3 trillion. In what situation ever are these numbers, I'm sure there's some states that have to have lowered. Actually, I don't. Look at that. They're all up. All of them. Fucking, look at this. Hold on. Even Wyoming. Look at that. I used to hate Joe Biden, and then I saw the year by year of Wyoming's GDP way back here. When Trump took over, what was it? I'm Harriet Hageman. I love Donald Trump. But in 2017, when he took over, we were at $36 trillion. No, $36 billion, not even. Unless this is adjusted, which is fine. Yes, it's $1 billion. $36 billion. That's how much Wyoming has done, had coming in 2017 when Trump took over. And then 2018, 39, which is growing. Fabulous. And then in 2019, 39, basically the same. And then in 2020, 36. Oops. And then 2021, when Joe Biden comes in, the communist, to ruin everything, 41. 2022, the year after that, even worse, 47. What is that? What's happening? What? Hold on. How is this possible? How is Donald Trump not the greatest businessman in the history of Wyoming? You're going to tell me that growth was effectively stagnant and we actually went down 1 year? While Trump was president? While he was president, what happened? Oh my God. My whole world is a fraud. Am I even Harriet Hagman? Who am I? Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, so just in case you missed that, I can translate for you. In 2017, when Trump came in, Wyoming produced $36 billion worth of, it added $36 billion to the GDP. In 2018, they added 39. In 2019, they added 39. And in 2020, they added 36. Dropped back down. And when Joe Biden took over, 41, then 47, and it has continued to go up with the rest of the country. All these states, it would seem, I don't know that I'll be able to find a single one where it's gone down. Nope. As a matter of fact, it seems like there is a giant leap in a bunch of these areas. Yeah, even California is doing better. Trump comes into office, California, $2.7 trillion. 2018, 2.8. 3.0, not a lot of growth, but steady. Actually, yeah, look at this. 2019, California went down a little bit, about $20 billion. In a $3 trillion, they went to 3020, and this was 3042. But in 2021, 3.3. In 2024, $3.5 trillion. California, baby. California adding, bringing in that money, putting it in. Meanwhile, yeah, there's 87 billion on this one from Delaware. Yep. Yeah, everybody went up. Some of them had a big dip or a medial-sized dip, or it averaged out. 2018, 2019, not a lot of movement, maybe even a little bit down. And then 2020, obviously, shit. And then this is, and by the way, this isn't percentage. This is the actual dollars. So.
Like, a lot of other people at Fox. Well, why don't you say...
Oh, shit, right. Grab this.
I didn't know they were as high as they are, but think of it. How good is a person from a government agency that would release the numbers when they saw that I was unfairly targeted by ABC, and you could say by the FBI with false numbers? So, I mean...
Yeah, that's... first of all, the entire Bureau of Statistics, Justice Statistics, put that out, if I may. So it wasn't a single person. It was the Bureau answering it, and it doesn't say what you say it says. So fuck off. Again.
I have great respect. I have to find out who that person is or who that group is, but I have great respect. Go ahead, one more.
The group is the Bureau of Justice Statistics.
North Korea, Kim Jong-un, he just toured a uranium facility. The U.S. is saying that Iran is sending ballistic missiles to Russia. How, if reelected, how would you address the situation with our adversaries?
Okay, how would you address the situation with our adversaries? If I was president, never would have happened. Okay.
I'll be able to make phone calls and solve most of the problems. I may actually...
Just phone calls? Yeah? What do you have that they want? I mean, are you either going to threaten them or you're going to offer them something? Carrot or stick? Right? If you can do it with a phone call, it's either a huge carrot or a big stick. Which one is it? It can't be both. Right? It can be a medium-sized carrot and a big stick, or it could be a huge carrot and a medium-sized stick. Because, again, we're not going to nuke North Korea. Like, we're not going to first strike any of these countries, right? So that would be, you're talking about medium sizing the stick. We're talking about sanctions, other shit, right?
We have to meet a couple of times. But, you know, Viktor Orban, and you've heard
Oh, this motherfucker.
me say this, but it wasn't long ago. He said the only way you're going to solve the world problem is Trump has to be president again.
Hey, isn't Viktor Orban the country that the head of the country that has the strictest gun laws in the EU? Yeah. Yeah, I think that's who that is. Huh. Hey, maggots, by the way, look that up. You know, the only place I can think of with stricter gun laws than Hungary, Russia. And that's how you get a strong leader, am I right?
And I don't say it. I didn't say it. I sort of would be embarrassed to say it. But he said everybody was afraid of Trump. He said China.
You should be embarrassed to repeat it from Viktor Orban. How about that? If you said it, you would just be talking about yourself and being ridiculous. But it should be, if you're capable of any shame, you should be ashamed to even take his compliment.
China was afraid. Russia was afraid. North Korea was afraid. Everybody was afraid. We had no
they weren't.
wars.
They weren't afraid of you. If they were afraid of you, why would you kiss Putin's ass every time you turned around? Seriously. You're that magnanimous with him, but you shit all over our allies?
We defeated ISIS in 4 weeks.
No, you didn't, because ISIS, it was an ISIS-K bomber that blew up the section of the airport during the Afghanistan withdrawal.
And they said it was going to take 5 years, right?
Yeah, but that's because they were assuming you don't want to kill civilians. Once they realized you don't give a fuck, then strafe bomb the whole town. As the Catholic priest said on Friday the 13th, standing over a village that had Templar knights hiding amongst the people, and one of his generals came up to him and said, these people view the Templar knights that live among them as good men, and they will not tell us who they are. They will not give them up to us. What do we do? And the priest said, kill them all. God will know his own. Happy Friday the 13th.
Generals in Washington. I went there and met a great general and some great people. And I said, go to it. And he took them out in 4 weeks, 100% of the ISIS caliphate. I flew.
No, the caliphate is the area. You just be breaking it up so they can't reform in that area. They just spread out. You didn't knock out 100% of the caliphate. They just couldn't connect the tissue because you gave land to Russia. You killed the Kurds. You let them die. They were the ones fighting the actual ISIS fighters. And a lot of them just went, fuck it. You're releasing all the Taliban. We'll just go and claim sections of Afghanistan. Fuck it.
I flew to Iraq, to the field, and they took them out in a very short period of time, short order. We have a great military, but...
They killed a short order cook? That's terrible.
You know, a great military needs a leader. If you don't have leaders, then you end up with Afghanistan, the worst withdrawal from a country in the history.
Yeah, but we did withdraw. There is that. We're not in there anymore. We were the entire time this asshole was president, and he ran on getting us out. No wars when Trump was president. No, the Afghan war continued the entire time he was there. He also opened up new fronts in Syria and other areas. Of course he did. And you could argue that the war against the caliphate was effectively ISIS creating their own country. So he was at war with that caliphate. They're understanding that a huge section of Syria and Iraq and all these other areas were their own country. So it was a war with the caliphate that he alleges he won when really he just dissipated the different groups and they went to different areas and then they continued to attack us.
Look, I've gotten to know great people. I went to Arlington at their request.
All right. Yes, it's not my fault we took pictures there. Hey, asshole, nobody has a problem with you going. They had a problem with you bringing your campaign staff and your campaign photographers and your campaign videographers and making ads from the shit. Nobody has a problem with you going. Nobody. And you can't blame the families who wanted a picture with you because the picture that was used was not the picture in your ad was not their picture. It was somebody else taking a picture of you taking a picture with them. The campaign photographer. That's the fucked up part. You're allowed to take photographs in parts of Arlington, single photographs. You're not allowed to video in there. And he did both. And he was told not to, especially for campaign stuff. And they used it for campaign stuff. Yes, and one of his campaign people, when they were approached by somebody from Arlington, pushed and shoved that woman and basically swore at her in a sacred space. This is a fucking scumbag. He wanted to use these deaths for himself. He didn't go to war when he had the chance. He says that STDs were his Vietnam. He got 5 deferments because his daddy was rich. He claimed he had bone spurs when he fucking didn't. He threatened to disown his children if they joined the military, Don in particular. And he thinks POWs aren't heroes.
And I stood, and I was with them for hours, and I stood.
Right. Nobody cares. That's not the problem.
With them, they did a ceremony, and then they asked me if I'd go down to the graves of their children. They called them their children, that they always will be their children. And there were tears all over, as there should be.
And then you gave a thumbs up over the grave. Yeah, tears all over, as there should be, except you going over a fucking tombstone. What are you talking about? There were tears all over, except you. You didn't cry, you dumb motherfucker. They did. You don't get points for their tears. What the fuck?
And they said, "Sir, could you take pictures with me by the grave of my son, in one case a daughter?" And I said, "I'd love to."
Right, that wasn't the problem. Taking a family picture in those situations. Taking video of you taking a picture with those people and taking photos of you getting a photo. That's the problem. You fucking asshole.
And I took pictures with them for a while, and then I left, and that was it. And I got home.
And that was it. And then you had your staff make a fucking TikTok ad.
And I got a call from the people in the campaign. "Sir."
Also, no, people from the campaign. No, your staff roughed somebody up for trying to stop you. You were aware of that before you left. Fuck off.
The Biden people are saying that you did this for publicity. If people knew how hard it was to get there, because I was coming from a location that was very far away.
You have an airplane. What are you talking? Where? And by the way, he had a fundraiser in D.C. that night. He wasn't far away. He was planning on being there. There's video of him there. He was helping like Hung Kao, the guy who's running. It was like a little fundraiser thing for him after this ceremony in Virginia.
And yet they were having the ceremony, and I really felt, I had them up to Bedminster, most of the family members, and I got to
We listened to music and hung out, anything to not have to hear them talk.
know them. They're great people. Their sons and daughter, just as though
There's a bug landing on his head right now, which is kind of hilarious.
Kamala shot them with a pistol in her hand or his hand. They were.
I'm pretty sure Kamala uses she, her pronouns. And also, if you're going to blame Biden because he made the call, she didn't make the call. And she can't stop him either. And again, this was your timetable. But he keeps saying this. It's as if Biden shot them in the head. Well, then you killed all 56 of the troops and contractors that died during your presidency, as if you blew their brains out, right? If that's the standard.
Were killed by Biden and Kamala.
You ran on getting everybody out of Afghanistan. By not doing it, you're not only responsible for the deaths of the people that happened during the time you were in there, but the deaths that happened after that point.
They were killed. They should have never left from that airfield. They should have left for Bagram. We should have never.
Okay, real quick. Hi, stupid. We've talked about this strategically, but fuck it. Why not? Since I'm up in here. Okay. Let's see. Kabul to Bagram. Yeah, okay. So here is... Let's just go to the Military Times. Military Times. Why Bagram wouldn't have made a difference, and more about the Afghanistan exit plan. Let me see if I can show this to you, whatever, because right now there's no traffic. So it's about 35 miles, light traffic. Well, the Bagram Air Base is further up here. It's not the actual town. But let's see, Bagram, I don't see if there's a distance to the Kabul to Bagram Airfield. Yeah, there you go. 2 ways to travel. There you go. Bagram, let's see, Romeo to Rio. There you go. A taxi it'll take you an hour. It's 37.5, an hour to drive. So there's launch the map to view. There we go. Let's go here. This is Bagram Airfield. And this is, hold on. This is Kabul. You should shrink this out right here. Okay. There is an airport in downtown Kabul. This is a 2-lane road through ISIS-K controlled area, much of which goes through a fucking valley. Or, as they like to call it in the military, a kill box. Who the fuck thinks it's better to evacuate everybody that's in this downtown area by putting them on buses or transports and driving them an hour through unsecured land controlled by ISIS? Even at that point, when you've been talking to Abdul and all that shit, right? This is controlled by ISIS. This area was controlled by ISIS-K. You're going to tell me that, and by the way, let me go back down to here. Meanwhile, here's Kabul. And see if they show the airport in this. Let's see where they are. Because they're actually further down here. Wherever the airport is, it's literally, there's an airport road that takes you directly to where the, yeah, I don't have it listed on this map in particular because it's there. But the airport is basically right here. It's like down here. And the right near the center of town was where the embassy was. It's like 15 minutes walk. It's like a 3-minute drive. You pack all your shit, you get it over there. They have transports running constantly all the time. But what kind of a dickhead thinks it's a good idea to pack a bunch of civilians and everybody, hundreds of people, thousands of people arguably, over the course of just hours, pack them up in cars and drive them through ISIS-K controlled area up to Bagram so that they can fly out of that area? How many of you, what do you think the death toll would have been? I'm dead serious. If you think one fucking suicide bomber got through when they had secured the airport and downtown, because remember, Taliban had gotten downtown surrounded. Remember that shit? The whole thing was the Taliban is blocking the entire city. Well, part of the reason they were doing that was to help secure the exit because they didn't want us to stay. They wanted us to get the fuck out. But they let the ISIS-K guy in there because he blew up that area on the civilian side so that the people who knew how to run everything that were leaving the country, they were flying out on every private plane they could get, were exiting the country, and they didn't want the brain drain. So they tried to kill a bunch of them or scare them, try to keep them from leaving until the Americans were gone, and then they could control them, force them to work effectively, force them to run everything. And this dumb motherfucker really wants us to take, instead of going, 12, but like not even 8 blocks from the embassy to the airport, he wants everybody to pack up on transports and drive through this fucking area all the way up here for an hour at top speed, by the way. Right? All the way up there to the Bagram Airfield and through ISIS-K controlled area, through a fucking kill box. And we'll just assume everybody will make it. Yes, he released 5,000 Taliban fighters before he even before the withdrawal. Like, again, you're talking about, like, why'd you take the military out first? Well, why'd you release 5,000 Taliban fighters first who were working their way across the entire fucking country? Because remember, our embassy was here, but we had forces all throughout Afghanistan, and they were pulling back, like there's Tiran Kut and all these places, and they were pulling back to here to finally leave from here. So what? And Donald Trump's like, I want every nut, every screw, every bolt that we ever left in the fucking country taken with us. So he wants our soldiers, while the Taliban are sweeping across the country, the Afghan military that was not consulted like the government, basically in full retreat. He wants our guys walking around with fucking magnets, picking up screws while all this killing is going on, just assuming that they're not going to do anything. What a jackass.
Never given up Bagram. Bagram now is controlled by China.
Also, hey man, you can't leave and stay. If we're getting out, we're getting out. Getting out doesn't mean keeping the fucking base. Right? How are we exiting the goddamn country if we're keeping Bagram? Also, who gives a shit? It's 4 hours away from where China makes its nuclear missiles. Well, it's also, 2 hours away from where they pick cotton using slave labor by the Uyghurs. It's also where they have a bunch of, it's 3.5 hours away from an area where they have a bunch of fake ruins that they pretend are from the fucking Qin dynasty. Or not even, Ming dynasty. So what? What, are you going to hit the factory after the missiles have launched? Wouldn't you hit the silos? Wouldn't you want to, if you had a base, wouldn't you want them close to where the missiles would be launched from? Who gives a fuck where they're built if they're in the air? Also, if you strike where they make them, aren't they just going to launch the ones they've already built? It's so fucking, all of it's dumb. All of it makes no sense. It's fucking gibberish.
The reason we shouldn't have given it up was not because of Afghanistan.
It's because China and it's 4 hours from where they make their... Who cares where they make them? We know they do. We got bombers that fly over the fucking country and spy on them. Difference does it make where they make them? I'm serious. What are you going to do? Hey, you think you're going to see them coming off the factory line? And then what? This is so stupid.
Reason we shouldn't have given it up. 1 hour away from where China makes its nuclear weapons.
Oh, it's getting closer. I guess the planes are faster.
And I wasn't giving it up. We were getting out quickly and effectively.
You weren't giving it up? So we were going to stay?
I'm the one that got the numbers down to less than 5,000 soldiers.
Right. That was the problem. It took 7,000 soldiers to functionally evacuate the country. If you really wanted to leave, that's what Biden did. He brought in 6,000 troops to help with the extraction because cutting it down to 2.5 was one of the ways you were working on trying to stay in, you dumb motherfucker. The whole point of lowering it down to 2.5 was to keep Bagram and never leave. We had an embassy there. You needed more troops than that to get them the fuck out. And then you cut our troops down to 2,500 and you release twice as many Taliban into the fucking country. Not to mention the ones that are not in prison. What is that? How is no one pushing back on this horse shit?
But I would have never left unless they fulfill their obligations.
Right. He wasn't going to leave. He wasn't fucking going to leave. During the debate, he said it. That we had to check. They were supposed to do this, and this, and they didn't do it. Which meant he was going to... He meant Doha was bullshit. They hadn't followed through with Doha, so he was going to stay. He never intended to leave. Do you understand? He said it during the fucking debate. I've been saying it all along ever since this whole, he was going to keep Bagram, and you can't keep Bagram and leave at the same time. But even beyond that, he's now saying it regularly. He said it during the fucking debate. He said that we had a great agreement, fantastic, but they didn't live up to it. He didn't mean the Biden administration. He meant the Taliban. He wasn't going to leave. He was, God damn it. This is such, and nobody pushes back on this shit.
Under an agreement.
And you know what? And one of the, there's a lot of reasons to get fired up about this, not the least of which is that we were there for 20 some odd years. Biden finally gets us out, and this motherfucker is like, I wouldn't have left anyways. And that's his fucking, and that's somehow his dunk. Eat shit. And again, the most embarrassing day in Afghanistan isn't the day you leave, no matter what happens. It's the day after, it's every day after the point where you realize you shouldn't be there. The next day is the most embarrassing, followed by the next day, and the next day, and the next day. And it increasingly gets more embarrassing the longer you fucking stay there past the point of it having any purpose. The embarrassment grows until you get out. And the reason it was the most embarrassing day is because this asshole had apparently promised Putin we'd stay in there forever, just throwing good money after bad, $300 million a day, gutting our military, which was the fucking point. And then this motherfucker says effectively our troops surrendered. They dropped their guns and ran from guys with knives.
But I had a wonderful agreement. But the agreement...
See, he's doing it again. Fuck, he's doing it again. This is it. Hold on. What an asshole. I don't... Can somebody please point this out to everyone in the news that Trump says that the Taliban violated the Doha Agreement and he was never going to leave? That we were going to get out with peace and strength and beauty and strength or whatever the fuck he was saying. That was never going to happen. And he's admitting it now. Holy shit. Ah! All right.
Unless they fulfill their obligations under an agreement. I had a wonderful agreement, but the agreement said you have to do this, this, this. They didn't do 3 of the first 5 things, so therefore they would have done it. Abdul was the leader.
Hold on. So therefore they would have done it? They didn't do 3 of the 4 things, so therefore they would have done it. Gibberish, whatever the fuck. What he realized he was saying was we wouldn't have gotten out. We weren't going to leave. Motherfucker. This dude. He was never going to leave.
3 of the first 5 things, so therefore they would have done it. Abdul was the leader, and he wouldn't have done it, and he would have never done that to us. And just in finish.
All right, never done what to you? You just said they didn't live up to the agreement. This is garbage. This is, and it's stunning that, okay, he has danced around this shit for a while. And I have pointed this out repeatedly in the same way that I pointed out that this motherfucker claims that he passed the VA Choice Act of 2014 that was signed into law by Barack Obama and written by Hal Rogers, a Kentucky Republican who drafted that bill that helped the VA Choice and Accountability Act of 2014. Biden signed it into law, and Trump says they tried for 50-some-odd years, and they couldn't do it, and I finally got it done. He's a liar. He stole valor from Hal Rogers. He stole valor from Barack Obama. He lied about what he did for the veterans. He's completely full of shit. And then on top of this, he's not only admitting openly that he was going to leave with beauty and strength, but keep Bagram Air Base, which again, I don't know how you leave and stay at the same time. I mean, pulling out was something he did with Stormy and other people, but you'd think you'd do something better with our military. No, you wouldn't. But secondly, he is now admitting that they had the Doha Agreement and the Taliban weren't living up to it, and he was never going to follow through. And he's caught himself going, they would have done it, and they didn't live up to it, but they would have eventually, which means he'd have punted the next year, and the next year, and the next year, because he wouldn't have wanted to do the exit.
Finishing up with that, and I appreciate the question, actually, but in finishing up with that, for 18 months, spoke to Abdul.
Jesus Christ. You mean the guy you let out of a Pakistan prison along with the 5,000 fighters? And he's not the leader of the fucking Taliban. There was a guy who was Abdul, was like the 3rd in charge. This is just fucking ridiculous.
Over the phone, for 18 months, not one American soldier was shot or killed.
No, they were too busy killing Afghan soldiers, people who had worked with us, our scouts, our intelligence people, because you let them know who they were. They didn't have to kill our soldiers. We had already admitted that we were leaving. According to you, we were in abject retreat. So they didn't have to shoot any of our guys, you dumb motherfucker. All they had to do was kill the Afghans that had helped us.
Not one American soldier was even shot at. Abdul understood. Don't do it. I said, don't do it, Abdul. Don't do it.
Why did you have to say don't do it? You didn't say don't do it. Uh-oh. You said, if you don't do it, we'll leave. I'll have everybody out of here but within 13 months. We'll set a date right now, but just don't kill anybody my last year in office so I don't have to go to any more of those stupid funeral things, because he went to the first 4. There were 96 dignified transfers that during the Trump administration. He went to 4. After the 4th one, one of the adult parents of one of the soldiers that was killed yelled at him, blamed him for the death, and he stopped going. He sent Mike Pence from that point on. He didn't go to another one. He didn't go to any more. 96. He went to 4. Look it up. '96. He went to 4. He didn't say, Abdul, don't do it, don't do it. He said, look, don't do it, okay? We'll get out of here. We'll be out of here before, but just let me do it in the next term, and then just leave us alone, and we'll take all our shit, and we'll go away, okay? That's what he said. Pompeo and Trump negotiated a retreat, a removal, and we weren't there to prop up the country anyways. We should have been out a long time ago. But he used that removal of the troops as a protection racket for his last year in office and punted it to the next year, and then just told everybody they hadn't lived up to it. 3 out of the 5 things, they hadn't done it, and they weren't going to do it. They'd violated 3 of the 5 standards in the Doha Agreement, so they were going to stay. They're going to put in, as soon as he won the election, he was going to put more troops back in there, and Pompeo knew it, and he knew it, and that was the plan. He was never going to give up Bagram, and he never thought they'd live up to Doha, and they didn't. He thought they'd draw out some of the Taliban, kill a bunch of them, look all fucking macho, put in their own puppet regime, or hand the fucking place over to Russia, like they did in Syria. Same fucking thing.
And for 18 months, not one soldier was even shot at. And
no.
That's the way it's supposed to be, right? And then they had that horrible situation with the 13 dead, leaving billions of dollars of equipment behind.
We didn't leave billions of dollars of equipment behind. We left behind the stuff that we gave to the Afghans to try and fight their own war, but not anywhere near the top of the line stuff. Like, we don't even give the top of the line stuff to fucking Ukraine when we should. So what the fuck are you talking about?
And leaving a lot of Americans behind.
No, there were a lot of people in Afghanistan with dual citizenship. In the opium trade, those folks stayed. A bunch of people, they didn't stay because they didn't go out with us. They went to Pakistan, or they went to Iran, and then they escaped through the other parts of the country and came back. We're not like gonna hold the fucking plane for somebody to walk back from Pakistan during the extraction when the Taliban was moving north.
A lot of Americans. And you know what else? Leaving a lot of soldiers badly wounded. Nobody ever talks about them, but I do.
Can't name one of the wounded. Can't name one. Even the ones that showed up at Arlington. Not a fucking one. He certainly doesn't know the ones he never met, and I guarantee he couldn't tell you the name of any of them that he was with at Arlington a couple weeks ago. Not a one. Guaranteed.
Now, California, you are claiming that we need to do major changes in this state. If you're president, what's the biggest policy difference for the people of California? And what would the nature of your relationship be with the leaders of California who you're calling scum? How do you get that?
Well, I would have a great relationship with them.
I have a great relationship with the scum.
And what you have to do is start all over again. You cannot have these policies of high taxation. You can't have these policies of politics where you go after your politicians.
You're not being tried in California for shit. What are you talking about?
You have to have an honest voting system because, you don't have an honest voting system. They send out millions and millions of ballots. They go all over.
Well, then you're going to lose anyways. Again, if you lost while you were in power, how the fuck are you going to lose out of power if that's how they cheat? Seriously. They cheated you when you weren't even when you ran the fucking place. How are you going to win as an outsider if it's not fair? Seriously. We think they're going to not cheat? If they cheated last time and they kicked your ass and they weren't even in office, the fuck chance do you think you have when they have the entire power of the U.S. military and everything behind them and the system, and the Supreme Court's just made, I guess, technically speaking, Joe Biden can rig the election if he wants to, because if he considers you a threat, according to you, that would give him the right. It would be an official duty to make sure you don't get elected, to make sure an adjudicated rapist doesn't have control over women's bodily autonomy. Would seem like a national emergency that would qualify under what the Supreme Court said as far as official duties to get rid of you as a candidate and make you lose.
The place. Some people get 2, 3, 4, 5. You have a very dishonest system over here.
No, we don't. They track your ballot. You get a fucking notification on your phone that it came through when you get it. It's really simple. Most people drop it off because they don't even trust the fucking mail because of Louis DeJoy.
If I ran with an honest vote counter in California, I would win California.
No, he wouldn't.
But
no, you wouldn't. There's not enough fucking jack-off golfing Republicans in Orange County to cover for you, fuckwad.
Votes are not counted honestly. It's a very dishonest system that you have in California, and I'd make it business friendly. Right now, it's business unfriendly. Look, Elon Musk is a
How? How would you make it business friendly?
Friend of mine, he endorsed.
You can't. I mean, states' rights? Anyone?
Endorsed me very powerfully. He endorses me every time he speaks. He really wants to see us win because he knows we can do a great job and turn it around. He left.
Or he's a lunatic and an asshole.
Of California. I said to him, Elon, did anybody ever call you? It's big company.
Leon, you mean?
Company. He moved to Texas. A lot of people moving to Texas. Great state. Excellent governor, an excellent lieutenant governor. Great people. They love entrepreneurs. They love the people that live there.
Yeah, not enough to build a better electrical grid, but sure.
They want to keep their taxes low. Taxes are way too high here. But I said...
Well, then why didn't you move to Nevada or Delaware? Right? They don't have any... there's a lot of corporate taxes they don't get. Yeah?
To Elon, so you have a big company and you're moving it to Texas from California. Did anybody call you, like the governor, to try and get you to stay? No. Did anybody see you, write a letter, do anything to try and keep you to stay? You have thousands of jobs. He said nobody ever called.
Yeah, it's that bad. He's that bad.
There'd be so many things you could do.
Why would you want to? I'm serious. It's garbage. Also, his biggest factory is in Shanghai. His gigafactory is in Shanghai. And again, even where he was in, the fucking SpaceX place is still there in LA. But he just had a California office effectively of Tesla after a while. They weren't doing any of the R&D there. They weren't doing any of the development there. They weren't doing any none of the factories. The major factories are there.
It would be the easiest place to turn around if they knew what to do. Look at it. I mean, look at the weather. We're standing out here on the Pacific Ocean.
Right. Yes, the weather is great for creating auto-driving cars.
In the most beautiful weather. A lot of states don't have weather like this. They don't have Pacific Oceans. So it's...
That's true. Especially ones on the East Coast. And anyone not on the West Coast.
Many things you could do, but...
Yes, it's fabulous. Mexico has the Pacific Ocean, as does Argentina and a lot of South American countries. So they should be fine, I guess.
You start with lowering taxes and making it friendly. But think of it, Elon Musk, a great guy.
No, I would put a pin in that because I disagree.
Brilliant guy,
Also, no. I mean, conniving, clever, sure. Brilliant, no.
Big company, lots of jobs, leaving. Nobody even calls him to try and get him to stay. I would have been.
Well, again, most of his companies run off the government tit anyways. So I don't know, maybe the tax breaks they were giving him weren't equaling out to the jobs that he created and sort of the dwindling nature of the business there. And that's why he moved his biggest factory to Shanghai. Because maybe he's just, he gets his aluminum from Russia. So I don't know what's the biggest part of his company that he actually has in California? It would be the question. What is just the offices were there?
Been on him. I would have said, let's have lunch, let's have dinner, and then let's have breakfast the following morning, right?
Oh, you'd have fucked him? Weird.
I would have tried to talk him out of it.
Yes, and if that didn't work, I'd sick Laura on him.
Yeah,
or as we call her, Queen DSL.
Go ahead, please.
What value do you feel that Laura Loomer brings to you? And has nobody told you about the conspiracy theories that she is promoting?
No, I don't know that much about it. No, I don't. I know she's a big fan of the campaign, but I really don't know. I would say that. Well, she brings a spirit to us that a lot of people have. We have very
she brings a spirit. She's a free spirit. She runs around the plane naked.
Spirited people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, spirited women. The kind that wear summer dresses and no underwear. That's the spirit.
And in all fairness to her, she hates seeing what's happened to the country, I guess.
Yeah, she means brown people coming in. She hates seeing brown people coming in. She's worried that brown people are coming in. That's what she hates. You do realize it's kind of important to say what she hates about what's happening to the country. You know what I mean? Because it's very different if she thinks that supply shock is rough and she would rather us remedy it and focus on that than infrastructure, for example. That would be a conversation. But it seems like she's talking about the great replacement theory. Yeah? Pretty sure that's the big thing she's been hammering.
Yes, I mean, she hates seeing what's happened to the country. So do I. It's very sad. It's very sad when I have to stand out here on my property and say how bad California is.
Right, while everyone's going, we were fine driving over here, and it really looks like in all the places we've been, the worst place is your property. Maybe that's it. Maybe your properties suck. Maybe your problem is your private plane is old, you landed at regional airports that look like shit because you won't pay the fees to land at the good ones. You certainly don't go through commercial airports, which look fucking majestic these days. And you only spend time on your own properties, which, quite frankly, suck.
Did you have another one?
Mr. President, getting back to some questions that matter to the people of California. There are a lot of folks here who feel like they are forgotten men and women. The state government doesn't seem to...
Yeah, they are. That guy, the forgotten guy, what's his name? Eric.
But you are coordinating with the local mayor. What can you do to help this community either now or when you get elected?
Well, we're going to help.
Okay, hold on. The people of Rancho Palos Verdes are not the forgotten men and women of America. Simmer. This is not flyover country, you fucking tool. Honestly. What's next? The free, the forgotten people of Malibu? Yeah. The deeply, maligned and forgotten people of Montecito. Mm-hmm.
Them, and I told John, the local mayor, but I told John we're going to help him with his slide problem. There are ways of fixing that.
Yeah, absolutely. Sometimes butter helps. I've found when I'm on a slide, if I put butter in my pockets, the rivets on my jeans don't scratch.
It. He knows better than anybody.
Yeah, he knows better than anybody the rock slides that are happening in his community about a mile and a half from here, except I guess the people who are under them.
And he needs help from the federal government. He needs help from the state government. And it's a very wealthy area, but you also...
Yeah, but wealthy but forgotten. We've forgotten how to treat our wealthy people. I think that's what's the
So
problem.
have people living here that are elderly and have fixed incomes and have houses.
Yeah, fixed incomes. He means like trusts. You can have a fixed income of $3 million in, in payments from a trust a year. That's technically fixed. It's not changing because they're not working anymore.
That are going to be, shoved into the Pacific Ocean if something.
Oh, that's just rude. Who's doing all this shoving? It's probably the migrants. It's these Haitians coming over and like they're shoulder checking these businesses into the ocean.
Things not done, and he wants it taken care of. He's a great mayor. He wants it taken care of.
Yes, we must take care of the mudslides without addressing climate change. That's the important part. We got to deal with this while pretending the cause doesn't exist.
He wants nothing for himself. He just wants to help these people.
Well, he's the mayor. Obviously, there's something in it for him because he would want, he doesn't want to be a sucky mayor, I think, at baseline.
And, John, I think you said you have about
There's nothing in it for him except people not showing up on his lawn with torches.
600 houses on the site that's sliding. And
600 houses on the site that's sliding.
And he'd like to.
And have you ever? It's been a while. You ever heard anybody say "duh" while they're actually speaking? Yeah, it's not just in cartoons.
600 houses on the site that's sliding, and he'd like to be able to save those houses for people that some of which will never be able to have a house again.
Well, they're obviously too old to build one by hand, but
it's pretty sad.
Media shares are down about 75% from their peak in March. Your lockdown.
Oh yeah, Trump media shares are down about 75%.
Provision ends soon. Will you sell your shares?
No, I'm not selling. No, I love it. I use it as a method of getting out my word.
I use it as a method of getting out my word. Yeah, because it's not something you could do with a free Substack or a web page made with Wix on a free site that costs you nothing. It's important to just steal money from your idiot supporters and have them buy stock in a website rather than just post something on fucking line.
When it opened, it went way high, but then the
when it opened, it went way high.
SEC gave us nothing but problems. We had to go through a long, long process with the SEC.
Yeah, that doesn't have anything to do with the fact that you're not making a profit at all.
But people think that I'm leaving. That's why they're down. Because if I leave, it's different if I leave. But I'm not leaving. I love it. I think it's great.
Right. It's not that you're leaving. It's that if you go put your post somewhere else, it isn't the only place to see your posts right away. And so why would maggots follow you there when they can just stay shitter?
Mechanically, it works the best.
Mechanically. Yeah, it does. It's got, it's got the tightest lug nuts on the internet.
And again, I'm friendly with Elon, and Elon would love me to come over to X, but I just, I have close to 100.
It's pronounced shitter.
Million people on X. I had 230 million people on X, and then they shut me down, and I said, I'm not going to let that happen again. You know that. I had hundreds of millions of people on X and Facebook and Instagram. I think more than anybody. Zuckerberg told me at the White House, he said, congratulations, you're number one on Facebook. This is a number of years ago. And then all of a sudden I went from being number one to having no voice.
Well, you did attack the country with a mob. And they were worried that you used those sites to organize that attack. As, you know what I mean? I'm just saying, there's 8 billion people on the planet. And more than likely, if X decided to allow, anti-black bigots on, they could probably triple their numbers. They just let them go. If they turned it into Stormfront and just let them go alongside everybody, they'd have a lot more posting. I'm just saying. No advertisers, and I'd leave, but they wouldn't give a shit.
And after about 2 or 3 weeks, because I have a lot to say, I put out old-fashioned press statements, like a press statement. And they got really successful, and they did very well. And then we built this platform.
And there was no difference in the reach whatsoever. If anything, it just cost a bunch of money and went down.
And the reason I built it is because I don't want to have my voice shut down. But a lot of people.
Why don't you just have a website, post it on a website? Why don't you just build a chat room, like use Ning and build a fucking chat room on your own website for just your followers then for free, and they could just post what they want? Or, I mean, it just seems kind of easy.
People think that I'll sell my shares. You know, they're worth billions of dollars, but
They were. They're not anymore. They're actually not worth shit, but they can be sold, or they could have been sold for billions of dollars.
I don't want to sell my shares. I'm not going to.
Right, because if you even say I'm going to sell some, it will cadaver.
Sell my shares. I don't need money, and
You kind of do.
it is for me. It's a great voice. It's a great voice, and it's a voice. It works so well, and we just won. As you know, we got final approval from the SEC. It took us a long time, and that really turned it off. You know, when I originally.
It really turned it off. Sorry, what turned it off?
It's a long time, and that really turned it off. You know when.
Yeah, I agree. That really turned it off. Turd what?
When I originally opened that stock, it went from about 2 to about 182. Did you know that? It was the biggest increase in the history of the stock market. I believe. You know, I have to say I believe because you're going to find one company, maybe more, who knows. But
no, it never went to 182.
I believe it was the single biggest movement, and I think I was worth
Not even close.
61 billion from that one stock.
Yeah, and now it's not worth shit, Captain Businessman.
And then we had nothing but problems with the SEC.
And the site itself and the lack of traffic and the cost versus profit.
And it gets whittled down. But I didn't do it for the money.
Why would it? Again, all right, what the fuck does the SEC have to do with declining traffic on the site? Do you think anybody who would use the site or wouldn't use the site would change their mind based on how the SEC is viewing it? Do you think maggots would go, I don't know, the SEC says it's a bunch of shit, so I'm not going anywhere near it? Do you think the traffic on it should be affected by the stock price? Most social media companies aren't. The stock price is affected by what kind of profit they could turn for their shareholders and the like, and maybe their owners. But the users don't give a shit. Most of these sites, people use them because they're free.
Money. I did it because I really wanted to have a strong voice, and it's a great voice for me.
What? Why is it stronger than just typing shit?
And as long as my voice is on there, it's going to always be good. But a lot of people think the reason it's down is that a lot of people think I'm going to sell. And if I sell, it wouldn't be the same.
No. It's not down because you're going to sell. It's down because it's a loser. It's losing money. It doesn't make money. On the measure, like on the margins, it doesn't matter to the users. The reason the stock is down, like the users don't give a shit what the stock is at. Why would they? Hold on, let's try this. Where's this? I think I had it up here then. Yeah. Motherfucker. I have it on another page. All right, never mind. Anyways, you saw it. It's $17.
I can understand that, but I have absolutely no intention of selling. Okay?
Right, and if you said you were even thinking about it, it would go to $3 tonight.
Talking about this community of Palos Verdes, you talked about California. We have fires raging to the east.
I agree. I agree.
You agree there are fires? Good. Okay, cool. At least hey, this is a big step. At least he can see some reality and recognize it.
What will you do to help people in this state whose homes are being damaged again and again, or are falling, off of these cliffs right behind us, or burned down?
How will you help the people who live in the state whose houses are falling off cliffs and burning down?
Or for the people across.
I will talk directly to God and tell him, don't do it. Don't do it, God. And God will say, why do you show me a picture of my pearly gates? And I will say, I think you know why.
Across the country whose homes are jeopardized by
Okay.
natural disaster.
This is my favorite question of the day.
Because it's the only one that doesn't involve Laura Loomer being a racist and you bullshitting about you stealing valor from the military.
You're asking me what would I do for. Let's talk California first. Is that okay?
Yeah, let's talk California first, because apparently, where the fuck do you think Rancho Palos Verdes is?
Do you mind? So, I was riding with Devin Nunes and some congressmen 4 years ago.
And there was a hooker in the trunk, and Devin wouldn't stop crying like my life is over, and I can't believe she's dead, and you were going, shut up, let me think, shut up. I love this story.
Riding up north in California, and I looked at
Just north.
these fields that were massive. I was telling John, right? It's my favorite question. I love that somebody would ask me this question, and I never told you to do it, right? Who are you with? Good. Spectrum. It's good. New, hot, right? It's hot. It's doing well, but that's because
Been around for a long time. No, it's not hot. It's local. Their offices aren't far from where he is.
you ask good questions. So what happened, I'm saying why I look at this field, and it's massive, and in the middle of the field is a little spot of the most green, plush land you've ever seen. I said, and then I'd see another one, these little plots, like 1 and 2 acres, and you'd have 1,000 acres that's barren and dead and dark. And I said, what's the problem here? What is that green acreage? You know, the soil is unbelievably fertile, but they have no water. I said, so do you have a drought? No, we don't have a drought. We have the water is cut off upstate, up in the north. You know that?
Oh, this bullshit. Okay, so there's a bunch of Eastern California farmer dudes that put signs up along everywhere. They want to reroute water to the land they have out in the middle of nowhere, and it's all the fucking time. Like if you drive up and down the 5 coming from LA, going from LA to San Francisco or back, you'll see these signs along the way that has been yelling at the California government about not, about them being denied water or whatever. When there is no water source, they want it routed to them.
And the water, in order to protect a certain little tiny fish called a smelt, they send millions and millions of gallons of water out to the Pacific Ocean, way up north. Never even gets close to here. And you know, in Los Angeles and Beverly Hills, all these rich areas, they want to give you like 38 gallons of water to use. You buy a house for a lot of money, and then you're allowed to use 38 gallons of water.
This is lunacy.
But you have no water down here.
We have a lot of water. We have a lot of salt water, but we also have a lot of other water. This is not where you're talking about. The place you're talking about is up the 5, in the middle of the state.
And the reason you have no water, you have the canals. The reason you have no water is because Gavin Newsom didn't want to do it. I had it all done. I had the Department of Commerce at the time. Believe it or not, they're the ones that rule on this particular issue. So you have millions of gallons of water pouring down from the north with the snow caps in Canada and all pouring down.
Yes, Canada. Yes, this is the water that bypasses Washington State and Oregon and comes all the way through Napa and avoids growing, olives and grapes for wine. This goes around it. And then what happens?
And they have essentially a very large faucet.
Yeah, that's what it is. This is a great description. A very large faucet.
You turn the faucet, and it takes 1 day to turn it. It's massive. It's as big as the wall of that building right there behind you. And you turn that, and all of that water goes aimlessly into the Pacific. And
because there's a dam and you have to let off pressure from the dam.
if they turned it back, all of that water would come right down here and right into Los Angeles. They wouldn't have to...
And flood the valley?
Have people not use more than 30 gallons and 32 gallons. They want to do that, They're trying to do that.
Okay, There is no valve of water from Canada that would send water into Los Angeles. The ever-loving fuck is he talking about? I'm serious. Like, I know they limit irrigation in the northern part of the state, but how big does it... Does he even know how long this fucking state is?
And you have so much...
I could, I was going to fix it. I got a blue marker. I was going to draw a river on a map and watch it magically appear.
Much water, and all those fields that are right now barren, the farmers would have all the water they needed. And
there are no barren fields for farmers around the Los Angeles or San Fernando or San Gabriel or Upland or Rancho Cucamonga.
You could revert water up into the hills where you have...
Yeah, you could. You totally. And look, it's super easy. Making water run uphill, that's the easy part. I'm so glad someone asked. This is my favorite question, too. What? You what now? Hold on, asshole. What?
Would have all the water they needed. Mm-hmm. And you could revert water up into the hills where you have all the dead forests, where the forests are so brittle. Because no place is like California. I go to Austria. The head of Austria tells me, we have trees that are much more flammable than what you have in California.
What? What are you talking about? So, sorry. The head of Austria said their trees are more flammable than California's?
So we never have forest fires because they...
Yeah, you don't have forest fires. Those are, that's those weird squirrels with the fucking extra skin.
Maintain their forests.
Yes, they maintain them. Here in Austria, we keep all of our trees are increasingly clean, and we skin them on the regular, and no one has excess bark. And if they do, they will be removed immediately upon the... And we have groups that walk through all the forests, and we are cleaning with sweeps, and we are cleaning... We have linoleum now going across the entire forest at this point, and it is all anti-flammable, and this is very good. Yeah.
And you have all that water that could be used as water, what they call water flow.
It is what they call water flow. That's true. Yeah. That's what they call it. I was wondering what they call it, but that's what they call it. They totally call it that. They call it water flow. They do. That's what I mean. If you don't, I don't know what's wrong with you. You should start calling it that now.
Where the war...
Oh my God! Thank you so much, Yvonne. Oh my God! How confusing! How make him stop? I can't. I can only operate as sort of a comedic interpreter. That's all I can do, Yvonne. I will do my best, but bless your heart. Thank you.
Where the land would be damp.
Oh, God. I never thought I'd agree with this. Is my favorite question. I agree. This is my favorite question now. If the land was wet, it would be damp. Okay, cool. Great. Look, I had no idea this dude was such an expert. Am I moving slowly? Yeah, there we go. Why am is my computer heating up because I've been on so long? Is that what's happening? Hold on. Good Lord.
And you'd stop many of these horrible fires that are costing billions and billions of dollars by the federal government, etc.
Yes, with dampness. Yes, we could stopping all this with some dampness. That's all we are needing is for the drying of the thing because Austrian, they have these trees are very explosive. They explode as in terms of fire, But if we could fix with somehow this thing would be good if we had the dampness,
So one thing I'm going to do for California, vote for me, California. I'm going
to pee in every corner.
Give you safety. I'm going to give you a great border. And I'm going to give you more water than almost anybody has. And the farmers up north are going to be able to use 100% of their land, not 1% of their land. And the water is going to come all the way down to Los Angeles, and you're going to have more water than you ever saw.
Sorry. So a tsunami or?
And the smelt is not making it anyway. In fact, they make and grow smelt because it dies all the way up and down the line, and they put stuff that was artificially made. You know that.
Yeah, I know that. You know, I mean, obviously, everybody knows that. I don't even know how you brought it up. Bro, we get it. Yeah, you guys know, I know. The smelt aren't going to make it. They're artificially made in the stuff is made in there. This is, oh God, hold on. Somebody was saying check Venmo. Oh, thank you so much. Wow, man, you guys are lovely. We're almost done.
So you're going to have water in California at a level that you've never seen before. The farm.
Yeah, that's what we're worried about. That's earthquakes. Yeah, earthquake, and then or that asteroid that might hit in 2035 that will cause the tsunami. That's what. Yeah, we're worried about water that no one's ever seen before. We would like water that people have seen before, which would be a measurable amount.
Farmers are going to do great. Those fields are going to be all green instead of 1% green. And maybe even more important, you're not going to have illegal immigrants pouring into your country and killing.
Real quick, if the farmers are going to have such great farmland and they're going to do all this shit, they're going to need immigrants. I'm just saying, we're going to need a lot more immigrants if the farmers are going to have that much green land to work with. That much water. I mean, think of all the crops, and that's. I'm just saying the workforce necessary. If you think about it, all right.
Your family, you're not going to have the problems that you have right now.
Really? So everybody's pelvic tilt's going to be good. Nobody's going to have that weird sciatica pain and all that stuff. Whoever's nursing a sore throat in West Hollywood, they have that. That's just going to go away. Is it the magic of Trump?
We're going to lower your taxes. We're going to bring the car
You can't. It's a state issue.
Industry back because your car industry is gone.
No, it's not. I mean, Elon left, but he didn't build Teslas in California, really.
We're bringing it back to Detroit at levels that you'll never see again. We'll bring it back to better than...
At levels that you'll never see again? Like it's just over? Is that what you mean?
That it was 30 years ago. But with this group, everything is dead. The automobile industry is dead.
Ugh.
The water coming here is dead.
The smelt are dead. The golfers are dead. The fish, the boating industry, well, not those guys, are dead.
And Gavin Newsom is going to sign those papers. And if he doesn't sign those papers, we won't.
What papers? What do you want, a divorce?
Give him money to put out all his fires.
Sorry. If he doesn't sign what papers, you lunatic, and also you're not going to give him money to put out all his fires? California is the 6th largest economy on Earth. We'll put out our own fires, motherfucker. How about this? How about California sues the federal government because we have uneven taxation and we as Californians are paying for Iowa and Arkansas and Mississippi and Alabama.
And if we don't give him the money to put out his fires,
then everyone will die. Why do you show me a picture of my house and it's on fire?
He's got problems. He's a lousy governor.
Well, yeah, he's not a lousy governor if you refuse emergency funds from the federal government when there's a fire. I mean, it's one thing to go tell our NATO allies you're not going to protect them if Russia attacks, if they're behind on their payments. But you do realize California is full of Americans, right?
And he treated me very nicely, and I treated him very nicely when I was president. But he's done a lousy job. But there's a case. I said, Gavin, will you sign? It took him like a month and a half or 2 months, and then he decided for political reasons. And then we got hit with COVID.
Sign what? Sorry, did I miss that part? The fuck did he just... What? Sign what?
And we had to solve another problem. But you're going to have so much money, Mr.
Honestly, I really... Can somebody tell anybody in the chat room? Anybody know what the fuck? The water is dead. Yeah, he wouldn't sign what the He wouldn't sign. The water was dead, and I wanted to cremate it, and he wouldn't sign it. A non-disclosure agreement? Yeah. His NDA? Right. I have no idea what he really means. Oh, right. Yeah, that's true. The papers. Of course. Yeah, that makes sense. Back up real quick. I know it's... nobody needs this shit, but...
And if we don't give him the money to put out his fires, he's got problems. He's a lousy governor.
Okay.
The water coming here is dead.
Oh, that's good. That's sweet stuff. The water coming here is dead.
And Gavin Newsom is going to sign those papers. And if he
What papers?
doesn't sign those papers, we won't give him money to put out all his fires. And if we don't give him the money to put out his fires, he's got problems. He's a lousy governor. And he treated me very nicely, and I treated him very nicely when I was president. But he's done a lousy job. But there's a case. I said, Gavin, will you sign? It took him like a month and a half or 2 months, and then he decided for political reasons.
What?
And then we got hit with COVID.
Wait, he decided for political reasons what? Did he sign them or didn't he? I'm on the edge of my seat.
COVID, and we had to solve another problem. But you're going to have so much.
You didn't. COVID, solve it. You didn't solve COVID.
Much money, Mr. Mayor. You're going to have so much money from
dead water,
economic activity and growth.
Oh well, I guess that would have been my second guess.
And you're going to have water like you never thought. Now, in your case, maybe
the driest water you've ever had.
You don't want so much water, but we'll.
He's having landslides because the ground is damp. Maybe too much water might be, in theory. He was just telling you that the reason the ground, they had a drought and then rains and then the ground became, and then mudslides, water. Oh God.
Bypass your beautiful area.
That's what we'll do. We'll create a big canal to go around, and we'll put a giant fucking tap on it that takes that one takes a day. This one will take 20 minutes because I'll fix it. How I fix so fast.
But we have tremendous amounts, millions of gallons of water that's shoved right into the Pacific Ocean where it
it's shoved there. That's rude.
Doesn't make a dent.
What do you mean doesn't make a dent? You think we're trying to desalinize the ocean by filling it with water? Doesn't make a dent.
And all of that water is going to take care of California.
Great.
And nobody can make a bigger promise than that.
Well, I mean, I think televangelists would disagree, but...
You're not going to have to do desalinization plants, which a lot of people want to do. Very expensive to do, but it's better than the alternative of no water.
I guess. Sure.
So California, vote for Trump, and you're going to have water, and you're going to have growth, and you're going to have prosperity, and all those people that are leaving are going to really come back. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Mr. President, this morning, tens of Steve Garvey. Why have you not endorsed Steve Garvey? Will you endorse Steve Garvey?
Shut down if Johnson can't get the city back.
What's your closing argument to the people of California?
Thank you. Yeah, great. Oh, we made it, kids. Looks like we made it. Wow, that went on for a while. I had other clips and never got to them because we dealt with that. But I think it's good. Kamala said, watch the rallies. We did one of those. He did one of these things. And we now know that part of his closing argument going into the election will be we were never going to leave Afghanistan. Not only were we not going to leave with dignity and strength, we weren't going to leave at all. And also, the water in California is dead. Dead, dead, dead. Oh, yeah. I love you guys. I will see you tomorrow. Yes, for the radio show, Hal Sparks Hal Sparks radio program Megaworldwide. I'm tired. Hal Sparks radio program Megaworldwide. With Johnny Million and Philip Bittner will be joining us in the second hour. Obviously, we will culminate a lot of what we talked about in the news this week, and I'm sure there will be more craziness tonight because he's in Vegas this evening. It just started, so he was supposed to be on at 7, so more than likely he will be on in 2 hours. I'm not going to cover it because it's a waste of fucking time, and I've been up and I got to rest my voice. You guys are wonderful. Take care of yourselves and take care of somebody else. And one thing, look, I know people aren't going to warn you about this, but I still think it's important that you watch out for the kidney.
The kidney has a very special place in the heart.
What? Thanks so much, and also hit that like on your way out. I appreciate it. Helps the stream, helps us grow. Subscribe. I know I don't ask, but I should. Subscribe. Pass it around. Tell all the Midas people to subscribe. They should, right? Makes sense. I'm not eating. I'm not trying to. I'm helping out. We're all on the same team here.